and so on and so forth. Team play by far. All right. I did the very lucky thing of not wake my wife up as I got out of bed just now. So I want to keep it that way. So if I'm talking quiet, you know the drill. How far along are you in the video? Pretty far. Pretty far. I submitted my first draft to a fellow or two for review, and I've got some editing notes already, just through what I was looking at, and I'm trying to write the outro right now. But it's pretty far along. I would say maybe like 75 to 80% done. So really close. Let bro be free from this video, please. Yeah, I'm trying, man. Back in the coal mine we go. Yes, sir. You know it. You know it. I was looking at that email you sent me, by the way, Torrid, that, there's a thread here I have to read, but I was just looking at the screenshotted part you sent me, and it was like, it's really, it's telling, honestly, because it's like, here, let me try to get the display capture up for folks that don't know what I'm talking about. I have been sent this email archive from people talking to Valve pre Meet Your Match, and it speaks of how community servers were viewed by the new free-to-plays that only experienced Valve servers as the pub stomp servers, because any community that formed outside of Valve servers understood the team play aspect, and new players struggled to get good, so to speak. It was very shocking. It's like, and that's the sort of thing that like you would never hear about. It feels like history has been rewritten in a sense, and you're like sort of finding all of this stuff for the first time. You know, you're digging up the old books and like blowing the dust off of like 100-year-old archives, you know. It's like you said in the Discord, it's like we're not having a new conversation whatsoever. People were mentioning just about all these points back when Quick Play was switched to Valve servers, and then later during Casual's launch. It's like, can you imagine the possibility that actually Quick Play was the Casual of back then, and people were more like, bring back just the server browser? Like the possibility of that existing. I don't think it did, but like the possibility that that was a thing is just wild to think about. Can you just work for TF2 already? That would be kind of nice, because I would actually do stuff, and I would I would hire Torred and he would help me out. Yeah, that's why my thumbnail for the video was inspired by Gandalf researching the One Ring. Oh yeah. Clever. So let me get my display capture up here. Yes, that's literally what is in those emails. Quick Play 2014 killing community servers. Oh my gosh. We have been led astray. We have been led astray. You need to make a new video on this, Torrid. Oh my gosh, yeah. 15,000 views. Holy cow. The goat. Anyways, I have to read through all this. Oop. I think the issue here is there really is no longer any reason for Valve servers to be the default servers once a player has 8 to 12 hours in the game. The minority of players who want only those random pub games on Valve servers now have that option, but the players who stick around in the long term will be the ones that find a home server group of servers, you know? Not those looking for the Xbox Live experience of random games with random people every time. Excuse me. Honestly, if the TF2 team could see the chaos and lack of teamwork that Valve servers actually seem to encourage, I think they would take a step back and realize that it really doesn't do the game any justice. I wonder if that's the result of not just quick play, but also the fact that the game went free to play 3 years prior. Because if the game still had a paywall on it... So sorry, I drank too much water beforehand. If the game hadn't gone free to play, would this still be as much of a problem? Or would there be a sort of like cultural understanding that, okay, you get your feet wet in the Valve servers and then you move on? Whereas what he's describing now almost alludes to the idea that there's like a home community being formed around the Valve servers, which, as far as everyone else is concerned, doesn't seem to be the core use for Valve servers. Like, it's not the intrinsic purpose of it, you know? It would be cool if they just made TF3, because it's way easier to start from scratch when TF2 is coded like garbage. Yeah, a little bit. It really seems that the player base of old TF2 is effectively replaced with free-to-play playing on Volvo servers. Like the stream, guys. Yes, please like the stream. I need all the help I can get right now. Sent one more about what Valve wanted to do with quick play and community servers seems to have changed somewhere before 2014 switched to Valve servers. Okay, let me cover my Discord. It's from Valve. Okay. Frankly, I believe... Sorry, I'm still looking at this one, you know? There's a reason some of the newer players have taken to calling community servers pub stomp servers. When I joined the game, what pub stomp meant was that players, or just a player, was so good that he rendered a server unable to be played on, because he would just throttle everyone. This completely recontextualizes the definition of a word that I've heard be used throughout like every YouTube video that inspired me to get into this game, and every YouTube video that mentions it. Like, it almost makes me wonder if the people who are using that word understand where that word comes from. Like, if they know that this was the original context of it, or if there's something missing even in their minds, you know, because of what I was talking about earlier to you with the dying memory part. It's like heart attack, honestly. Because, like, how do you how do you reconcile this? Because people use it the same way, but not referring to this anymore, you know? Frankly, I firmly believe the long-term health of the game rests with community servers who provide diversity, supervision, and a much better experience overall, not to mention higher skill levels. In short, I agree with Mr. Paulson. Give the new players a few hours of mandatory play on Valve servers to get their feet wet. Literally what I was talking about, yeah. And then open quick play up to all servers by default and allow them to see all the diversity that's out there. You've given players the option of going back to Valve only if they should want it. Now let's roll back the mass punishment. That was really killing a mosquito with a sledgehammer. That's such a peak analogy. Mosquito. I should have this framed on a wall somewhere. Give the server operators a fair shake again. Since the change every day gets worse and worse for player activity on my servers thanks to the QP changes and lack of new players having the ability to find my servers. You can view the beautiful downward trend caused by these changes. Please tell me this is still up. Holy cow. Again, all pre-casual. So there seems to be a spike. A rhythmic spike, but it's going down. Monday. Okay. So, oh wait, I mislooked at. Friday. I knew it. This is a weekend. This is a weekend when people have the time, so it dips in the middle of the week when people have the least time due to work or school or whatever. Spikes in the weekend. And even the weekend spikes are going down. When before this change, presumably, I'm assuming right around here, because this is a huge drop-off that they never recovered from. They were having active players all the time. Holy cow. You did see this too, Torrid, I'm assuming, right? I think the pub stomp here refers to having the same experience as when being pub stomped, but a whole server is like that. That sounds amazing, though. That sounds like my pre-Fortress days. A group of people that are so tight with each other and play against each other so hard that they develop this understanding of the game that facilitates high skill and high level team play, right? Like, that should be the logical end of a team-based game like TF2, you know? I don't think it's a completely different meaning for the word. Yeah, I don't think so either. The mass punishment refers to 2014 quick play. Funnily enough, I mentioned this in the video. It's just I don't beat on the drum hard enough so people can easily gloss over the fact that I attribute community servers to dying to 2014 quick play. I mean, I'm not saying I'll ever be like anti-quick play because of this, but holy cow, it makes me realize that the changes that people want when they're all talking about like bring back quick play and stuff are, even those changes would still hurt the longevity of community servers in the end, because it's still all routing back to Valve servers, which of course Valve would want, right, because it's their game, but like, if anyone else is running the player analytics plugin, just edit blah 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 blah. As I said before, Robert Paulson, so E. Olson, Chris Orischak. There's definitely a correct way to pronounce that. It looks Slavic, possibly Polish. I don't remember how to pronounce those, though. I know a man with a Polish last name. It's Svirchek, but it's spelled in a way you would not expect. So I don't know how I would pronounce that. But Robert Paulson, as I said before, the problem is not that the official server's only option exists. The problem is that it's on by default. People are too lazy to use the server browser. People too lazy to use the browser are too lazy to use options. What I'm... Okay, Torrid. You know what's breaking my brain right now? These people are so well written. These people are far more literate and just straight up with what they say and what they're honest, like what they have to say, than like anything I've ever experienced from the TF2 community nowadays, you know? These people have a mark of significant intelligence. Enough intelligence to say things as strong and as alluding to the truth as this. Firmly believe is far more than just an opinion, right? This graph is more than just an opinion. You know, people too lazy to use the browser are too lazy to use options that are enabled by default. This is a declaration. This is definitive. Like, this is the kind of guts you would never see in today's game. Like, these are people who care. These are the people that were pushed out of the game when casual was released. It's like I was talking about here in my script. In my script regarding the outro, but like, that there's a cultural like loss here. I guess what we were talking about yesterday as well. But like, it almost, insofar as its historical significance, it almost trivializes all of what we talked about yesterday. Because it all starts here, really, doesn't it? If you want to pull it back to even the grander scope. That's why I focus on the visible checkbox for community servers in the search UI as the most important thing. If you scroll to the bottom, there's links to the whole email chain. These are emails between community server operators and Valve. They are self-selected for most proactive, knowledgeable, and tech-savvy. I would like to suggest automatically unchecking the official servers only after 4 to 5 hours of play. Anything that requires manual intervention will not solve the problem. For anyone arguing community servers are inferior, again, I refer you to this post. This is not the same. Valve-only servers in community servers. Same guy. From just a month prior. I'm tired of repeating myself to people who only read the last email written, so I will address the most common arguments in one post that can be copied and pasted every time. TF2 has fewer players after community servers were removed by default on January 28th. January 28th, right here. The crash and burn. Was there like a quick play beta that caused all this to happen? Because the crash happened earlier, but this was the change right here this time. Player count is at its most unbiased measure, and the facts show more was lost than gained. Your one personal experience isn't going to change that. Holy based. Why don't you hear this anymore? You never hear this. I know that I'm treating this like probably a bigger deal than it probably is, but like, oh, The graphs are all gone. Community servers are probably better than official servers. When community servers competed equally with official servers, there was not a single official server in the top 200. Now official servers dominate the list because of the monopoly on new players. Many detractors like Philip Vector are blatantly lying, saying servers were running ads when the custom tabs was around. I also remember there was another detractor that sold pay-to-win perks on CSS Zombie Fest. My own server is doing better than ever, and if your server is dying, you are doing something wrong. See number 2. Unless you are one of the top 30 servers, official servers now have more players than you, and it is going to get worse. Over time, your older players will quit, while the trickle of new players that bother to use the browser will not be enough to replace them. This is the language of a cohesive culture and community. This is what I was talking about. This is the language you would only hear when there's a precedent to care. The precedent that doesn't exist anymore because everything is so culturally tribalistic. No results found. Oh, this isn't gonna be. Oh gosh. This makes looking at this even making me even more sick now. Facts don't care about your opinion type shit, yeah. Or type stuff, yeah, pretty much. Point 4 is a common reply from back there. Just get more players, Lamau. Holy cow. I feel like this would be relevant to mention in the outro as like the basis of the cultural divide. That the sort of thing that brings about class balance discussions like Sniper has, you know? I'm starting to think that this whole conversation wouldn't exist. The whole Sniper conversation wouldn't exist. The whole quick play versus casual wouldn't exist. Pretty much everything we know about the game today wouldn't exist if the right people had won history, I suppose. Not to sound like, not to sound like one of those people that's unsafe to be on YouTube, right? But, there's a historical precedent here that you never hear about. It's like the side of history you never hear, you know? Are you sure this is only part 8? Oh, no. I'm going back to writing the script, Dad. I've got an outro that I have to write based on the video that I've built up to this point with the editing. So I'm back to writing. I left off at writing part 7, and now I edited up to part 11, which I think was yesterday, and now I'm writing again. So I'm sure this is part 8 of writing, not editing. That is how I have divided it. Common argument. I only have custom servers. All new players are being conditioned to only use quick play. Many will never be aware there are custom servers the way TF2 is designed now. Very few people change quick play options. Common argument. Why can't you build a community without quick play like before? Quick play did not exist before, and it siphons an estimated 30% of all users, including nearly all new users. We predict this percentage will increase as older players quit. And then casual comes in a year and a half later and nukes the whole thing. And then this guy probably never touched the game again because his servers went to 0. Holy cow. Torrid, you have stumbled upon, the gold mine of discussions to be had here. Nothing else matters more than this. In a sense. Common argument. It's literally my sniper video, but so much more concise for an email. Common argument, this was better for players. No one is going to argue servers like bets.tf needed to be removed, but Valve should have removed them without killing every other community. According to statistics in number 1, there was not much of a benefit gained. When I advocated an official server option, I did not say it should be enabled by default. If you personally dislike unofficial servers, you should be able to opt out, but it should not be by default. Holy cow. There's like... Oh, is this the thread above it? Okay. Actually, if you plot that over the last 12 months and throw some other games in for comparison, it doesn't look related at all. That's unsurprising since it's been previously related to every other time he's posted saying the game is dying in the past. Oh, they're referring to people who are detracting from whatever this guy is saying. This Robert Paulson. The irony is he suggested Valve add the checkbox in February of 2011, not once but twice. A checkbox for Valve-only, favorites-only quick play servers, and allowing players the option to select Valve-only quick play servers would end the player complaints for those that cannot tolerate any modifications. Good Lord. And then this is the one you sent me over Discord. This last one. Valve TF2 servers no longer have quick play advantage. From 2011, so this is before all of this. An update earlier this week contained an adjustment to the scoring bonus we give to Valve servers for quick play servers. There is still a bonus when inexperienced players are searching. However, the bonus decreases as they gain play hours, and it drops to 0 at around 20 hours of playtime. Don't take the specifics numbers too literally. All the details are subject to tweaking, of course. Our goals with these changes are ensure the new players have the vanilla TF2 experience, integrate experienced players into the regular community, help them discover the diversity, and let them find the experience they want. Your servers are competing with Valve servers on an equal footing for quick play customers. In fact, my guess, although I don't really have any data to back this up, is that directing the noobs toward the Valve servers actually gives them a disadvantage. Your humble servant, Fletcher Dunn. And then these are response emails to that. But this is in 2011, before the checkbox was added, and before all of these 2014 conversations were being had. The year that people talk about as the optimized, high end of quick play, pre-casual a year later. I remember the greatness that was discovering the humor and gameplay that is TF2 vanilla. It's not for everyone, but I think exposing newcomers to the baseline of TF2, arguably, of course, is perfectly acceptable. Dude, I love how they leave their arguments open for the nuance. That's not something you see anymore. Certainly not in the YouTube sphere. Especially when they probably don't even realize that the quips their characters say are reactionary. Oh boy, the laughs I've had. My only concern with this quick play situation is I run a server which is more competitively oriented, using legitimate CVARs, things like disabled damage spread, crits off, static shotgun spread, etc. As such, my server is disqualified, yet servers with plugins which could potentially do the same thing are not. I hope soon that my server can qualify for the quick play feature, as it sounds really cool and would probably help our population. Oh right, quick play was only working at this time for genuine vanilla experiences, right? Is there any plans about this, Fletch? Bloody Iron. Tristan Marler. Ah, Fletcher Dunn is a Valve developer. Ah, I understand now. Sorry, I have to read chat. I'm so sorry. This is part 800. We're back after a short century dedicated to other things. My favorite arena server, EVGA Arena, died in 2014. The last 24/7 arena server died in early 2017 after Railbait, a group of servers, shut down from a lack of traffic. I feel like I have heard of the name EVGA, probably from other people. In the 100 live streams I reviewed, I saw like 3 instances of touching advanced settings. I think one of them maybe touches the community servers option. Oh lord. The sniper video could have been an email. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. That could have been like in the most positive sense of the term. Indented and below are replies, above and unindented are parent emails. Okay, you can click the email title to find all other replies to the same email. Delete RE from the search to also find the original. This is soon after quick play was added. The second point, diversity, seems to have been dropped down the line with the 2014 changes especially. Yes, 2011 to 2014 quick play searched for either community or Valve servers and had stricter requirements for community servers than post-advanced settings. Right. Fletcher says, hello all. An update earlier this week contained an adjustment to the scoring bonus we give to Valve servers for quick play servers. There's still a bonus when oh, okay. This is what he was talking about. So this is the RE part. Oh, this is the email that was okay. Your servers are competing with Valve servers on an equal footing. So this is somebody else's reply to Fletcher. Could we get further detail on exactly what the scoring trend stuff in the console output means? A couple of my servers are generally reporting as slightly downwards, and yet they're full most of the day. I'm assuming this just means they're near the top of the list, and where things are constantly being shuffled, and that downwards does not translate to your server's score sucks. Could we expect to see more tools to determine our server's rankings in the future? Oh, poor dude, this is Valve. You're not getting anything. I don't mean a command to tell us ranked blah 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 blah, or something in those sort of terms, but just some way of telling us, or letting us know, if we're doing things right with our server to retain players and keep a high score. Is there any plans to add anything to the server's registered Steam IDs community page? A TF2 server operator badge or something? Wow. There's like a very respectful way of saying, I'm not so sure what you're saying is true. Can we, could you back this up with a source, Valve? I can confirm that you should not... Okay, so who is he responding to? It has me started off as downward fast. Guess I'm one of the unlucky ones that can't benefit from the system. Oh dear. I can confirm that you should not freak out. I can also confirm that I've got it on my list to review the scoring system and reporting messages to see if they are providing incorrect feedback. I do think there could be a problem with the trend portion of the message. Score calculation we use is very similar to in spirit, but different in a few minor details to this blog post. Oh, 2009. Wow. Robin Walker. It's a tricky problem because our master servers need to ask a game server for its details, and that server can lie to us if it wants to. Server scoring. Is this the pub stomp well, no, this wouldn't be the pub stomp servers, not this far back, because that sort of thing would have been ratted out of the community. That would have been filtered out. That sort of player tourist behavior would have been filtered out. Still in this point in the history, I would hope, right? This is a bug they later fixed where it showed only 2 trend values instead of the correct ones you can safely disregard. Okay. Still though, it's cool to hear all of these nerd stuff. These details. Original message on behalf of Jesse Molina. In summary, don't freak out. From Fletcher Dunn, 2011. Goodness gracious, Torrid, what have you done? You've broken my brain. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep now. I'm floored, honestly, because there's so much to just... I could keep going and just looking and looking and looking. But, like... Oh, this is the root email. This is the parent of all the emails in the thread that you sent me. As we approach the 2-month mark since Valve's servers were made the default servers for all quick play servers, can the TF2 team give us a time frame when they will return the system to a level playing field for all servers? As it stands, the players who want to avoid all community servers now have the ability to do so simply by clicking the official servers only button. So is it really necessary to keep driving nearly all quick play traffic away from community servers? In fact, a better question would probably be, is it in TF2's best long-term interest to do so? Helping players find a home server where they become a regular creates long-term players. And since so much emphasis in the design of the UI has been placed on guiding players to use quick play, the longer that community servers are effectively excluded from that traffic, the more long-term players the game will likely lose. This is what I'm talking about. This is the start of it. This is the tourist problem. The kind of tourist problem that only a conversation like a sniper balance problem can exist within. The conversation that I've alluded to in my video up to this point only exists as a result of this. A culture lost that people were struggling and fighting for. And not just some stupid YouTubers that don't actually do anything or host like one server in one region. No, these are server hosters. These are all server hosters working on the back end, doing all the thankless work of communicating with Valve directly. We've lost so much and we don't even know. We don't even know. Not even another 4-hour Zesty Jesus video could cover all this. You would never get this perspective from him. In a way, I feel like this would hurt his own narrative. Nobody would... Holy... Players that only want random games with random people on Valve servers now have the option to make sure that's all they get, but preventing the rest of the player base from experiencing all the diversity that the TF2 community can provide is both unnecessary and unfair to those of us who have never broken any rules or violated any policies. With that in mind, please consider leveling the playing field again as soon as possible by including all community servers by default and letting the players decide for themselves if they don't want to be a part of that community. Thanks, guys. This is integrity. This is what a game like TF2 deserves to have. And I used to think that this sort of thing was just a dream scenario. I didn't think they actually had it. Because no one in their historical assessments of anything regarding this conversation ever mentions this. They just briefly allude to the fact that community server hosters were on the downward trend when it came to quick play, but it was never actually a problem. Or you're like Zesty Jesus, where you never actually amplify the problem at all. What even? This has been quite the rabbit hole that I went down before I made my video. Welcome to the Abyss. It's cozy down here. I like it. I like it a lot. They initially claimed the Valve servers only thing was temporary. I think in the hood we called it a community. TF2 used to be about community. Jasper QC, welcome in. It's true. This hurts the Pro 2014 quick play position quite a lot. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And here I was being like the Pro 2014 quick play position. Holy cow. I remember coming home from school and there were all these cool servers I would check out with the established communities and their own kind of culture. What you're talking to me about is something I've only experienced through a source mod like Pre-Fortress 2, where it's a server browser and you just look at all the ones that aren't official servers. If anything, the only reason that game ever had traffic back in its prime was outside of the official servers. You would play on Nailgun World, and if it wasn't that, you'd play on Saint Software or Zaren's Chill Zone if those servers were down, you know? Though it is still more than the complete separation of MYM that just yeeted the connection from the main search UI altogether. Appropriate use of the word yeet. Yeah, casual screws this all up, but it's astonishing to me too, and it's hilarious that we're discovering this all around the 10th anniversary of Meet Your Match, the update that essentially memory holed this whole thing. Mostly all that's left are these big soulless networks. Yeah, like what I looked at earlier with the Skyle and the UGC stuff. It's funny that people took my video to be pro quick play. Just shows to me I didn't stress the point nearly hard enough. I don't think that's a failing on your part. If anything, I just consider that a part of your personality, and that is not to shame you. I think that is a good thing to have. It's more in line with personalities like, not to toot my own horn, but myself, or guys like Pikachu Frankie, though I think he would do a very rough job of it. He's kind of like a gabber in that sense, where he'd be quite vulgar in his position, in his expression of the position, I think, where like, you have to drive the point. You have to drive the point as hard as you can into people's skulls that you have no idea what you've lost. You don't even know the half of it. Now I understand what Black Dynamite talked about with me in that interview that I did with him a long time ago. Because for any of you that have watched that interview, Black Dynamite's a guy that I played Pre-Fortress with a lot. And he's been playing Team Fortress 2 essentially since day one on the PlayStation 3, and only got it on PC once he and his mother realized that the console versions of the game were not going to get the updates, and it was actually the computer update. So he got the computer version like a year or so later on an actual disc. And, like, it makes so much sense. Wait, hang on. Actually, wait, I want the summary for this. Where are these emails? Right. Black Dynamite had started to see a downward trend in the game in terms of how games were being coordinated, and then also how the game began to look. Stuff like the view models changing to the world models, and the nice, beautiful metallic shine on everything getting essentially sanded over because the source engine can't handle that many assets once you've got this many cosmetics in the game. And he said he quit around the time Love and War released, which is around the time, roughly, as all of these emails. Bro got out while there was still a game to hold in his memory as something worth remembering. And then when the game switched to casual, he just never played it because he was never interested. And I don't think he's ever played the base game since then. He's only ever played source mods and other Valve titles. And now he resides with Gold Rush, and I'll probably be doing the same. This is what he was talking about. What about something similar like before, where Valve servers had an advantage over community servers, with new players being sent to them due to the Valve server's score boost? Except this time just make it so that all new players get sent to Valve servers by default. This is still the smartest thing. Just track people's hours on Steam or something, and once they hit like 20 hours on Steam, which would be roughly 8 to 12 hours in-game, just drop them into to be fair, that would be 8 to 12 hours considering casual wastes so much of your time. In this system, it would be more like 15 to 17 hours in-game, 20 hours on Steam, and then just disable the option. That doesn't seem like a terribly hard thing to implement. I talked to plenty of players who weren't aware that quick play search can be customized, or that you need to click on the gear icon to bring up advanced search options. There's plenty of people who hate crits or default respawn times, and yet they're not even aware of this functionality being part of quick play. Or perhaps that's on purpose, and maybe that's the reason the icon is so tiny. Good on him to be observant about how UI design directs people. And then this is what your email, the one you actually sent me, was talking about. I think the issue here is there really is no longer any reason for Valve servers to be the default. The minority of players, blah, 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 blah. And then was it the next one? I agree with Mr. Paulson. Give the new players a few hours of mandatory time. Expanded. What was it that Mr. Paulson said? Oh, wait, it's not going to search for me through there. What was the other one that Torrid sent me? It was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Where's the email from Paulson? Here it is. Sorry. This. Plenty of players who weren't aware quick play search can be customized refers directly to... Where was it? I thought it was in this email. The one where he says that players are stupid. Because they are. Or wait, was it in this one? Where, I forget. You know what I'm talking about, though. The email that basically says that players are too stupid to figure it out. Or, yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry. It's right here. It's just right here. People too lazy to use the browser are too lazy to use options. That's what this directly refers to. Which is actually very convenient, because that is the next email. Is this Paulson email referring back to the post. I'm silly. I would suggest automatically unchecking the official servers after only 4 to 5 hours of play. That would actually be enough. I now understand the old man, like Richter overtime position, Jasper QC position, let's be honest, that quick play actually was not true peak. We're just asking for it because compared to casual, it is peak. But you have no idea how much peak there really is, you know? I feel like crying, honestly. Because, like, when I think about developing a game like TF2, because admittedly I love the class-based shooter formula so much to where I want to contribute to that somewhat, I think about it and I want to know how best to operate it, and my experience insofar as like the best way to do it is the way Pre-Fortress did it, you know, which is just server browser, and you just find your community at some point. Like I just started joining whatever server had players, wound up in Nailgun World, saw that they all had a clan tag, saw how tight and cohesive they all were, and just started playing. And even people that didn't adopt the clan tag, stuck around, like JC Denton and all that, you know, the #1 player in the whole game, I'll have you know. Funny how people say 2014 was the peak. Yeah. At the bottom of the abyss, Gold Rush is waiting for you. True. It's very hard to think that the UI design wasn't intentional. This revelation changed what we know. Yeah, it kind of does. I'm a Danessa. I am Mad Nessa. I'll never understand how to say your name properly. Like, if you know things about UI design, you know that the default is important, and so is what people see without clicking any submenus. Yeah. And you do have to assume that people are lazy enough to not screw around. Like, I'm going to screw around because I've always been taught with any program that's new to me to just start clicking random buttons and break stuff and then fix it and then learn how you broke it. And that's how you gain experience with the program. That's how I've learned every program I've ever done. But that's not what everyone else has ever learned, you know? I'm rare in that regard. Because I had a dad that loved... No, I'm just kidding. But my dad loved me enough to just tell me to just break stuff and figure out what you broke on your own. And that's how I've learned everything. It's the best way to learn. Oh my gosh. It would be really nice to get some input on this from Valve, since the change every day gets worse and worse for player interactivity on my servers thanks to the quick play changes and lack of new players having the ability. You know what somebody should do? Somebody should just make a video narrating all of these emails and just cataloging the time periods in sync with the updates to the game, and like in just a flat deadpan way to just present the arguments and stuff. It would be boring, nobody would watch it, but like there's gotta be a way to present this information. Oh, and this is the image or video image that I saw earlier. Okay, so I already read this email. Excuse me. And then this is the email that you sent me, Torrid. This is the email link you actually sent me. The Xbox Live experience. That's crazy. What a comparison point. Very true, though. Killing a mosquito with a sledgehammer. That would be the title of the video. If you had a video covering the retrospective of all of this in a super comprehensive way, like an actual 3 to 4 hour, comprehensive guide, if need be, of course, it could probably be 2 hours. The title of the video would be Killing a Mosquito with a Sledgehammer, and then the subtitle would be like TF2's community decline or whatever. I don't know, something clickbaity, but the title, the subtitle could be whatever you want, honestly, but the title would be Killing a Mosquito with a Sledgehammer. This right here says it all. I am going to frame that. It's a quote originally, but just one of my surnames. Oh, okay. I always check out settings because I'm curious about software, but that's not how people work at large. Yeah. I don't know what the LOL is referring to, but like, yeah, killing mosquito with sledgehammer. One could say this is how the game has always been treated from that point on. Although it's more so just grinding the mosquito into dust. I love how you guys are saying you want to develop the community you are trying to build, then the next sentence is that people are too stupid or lazy to find you guys. Can't have it both ways. Personally, I've got lots of time into the game and love quick play. I know I can get a vanilla experience without having to search for mods that I don't enjoy. I have a server browser for that. See, this is the normie idiot that's supposed to get filtered out of communities but sticks around because they like being a thorn in everyone's side. This is the kind of person who, like, you can obviously tell he is not getting the point. He's obviously not getting the point. He's being obtuse. This is the kind of person you can ignore or call a slur and just send off to the shadow realm, because that's all the time this kind of person deserves. And I am being dead serious when I say that, by the way. I do not mean that as a joke. So is this in response to that guy? No, Philip Vector. Oh, Philip Vector didn't have any replies to his email. Wait, hang on. So this is the one you sent me. And this is the one underneath it. Okay, so there are no responses. I guess they did filter him out. Philip Vector. Oh, I don't want to mail to. When will Valve realize was a bad decision? Player counts haven't been this low since last year, and there is no new FPS game. For those claiming player counts get lower until summer vacation, they didn't drop as much as last year. Sorry. After the change, the weekly high dropped by 5,000. Compare that to last year in the same time frame where there's barely a 1,000 player difference. How much more obvious does it need to get? Data from steamcharts.com. 2013, 2014. Oh, come on. The 2014 graph isn't here? Oh, now I've got stupid stuff. Oh, that's sad. So this is a response to Mr. E. Olson here. Okay. Man. Hint, they don't give a darn about your player count, James. Okay then, James. Robert Paulson, those aren't my player counts. Those are the global player counts. Oh, okay. So he's probably interpreting this as a jab. Might be. I don't know how people interpreted stuff on the internet 12 years ago. It's a completely different culture, you know? Fixing quick play however you want to see it fixed won't cause more players to magically appear. TF2 is running on borrowed time, and the player base will only be getting smaller with time. This is the nihilist that should have been thrown out a long time ago. This is the nothing ever happens guy. the guy that's just more content to see things burn than to properly fix it. Because like Philip Vector, what this guy's problem is that he can't see into the long term. He doesn't have an IQ above standard deviation to understand, like Robert Paulson does, obviously, that this game can only increase its longevity over time if this community server thing is solved. If it's solved, it obviously won't return immediately. No one's making that point, right? E. Olson didn't make that point. Jason Tango didn't make that point. Robert Paulson didn't make that point. Chris Orishak didn't make that point, okay? What they're saying, what they're alluding to at least, is that you need to reestablish the foundation through which long-term growth can occur. You need to see farther into the future than this. This is a statement that only makes sense if you have the mental retardation, and I mean that in as genuine of a sense as I possibly can. This statement only makes sense if you only possess the retardation to believe that things should only be fixed and judged and brought into the scope on the short-term scale, like within a year's time frame. These guys, Jason, Robert, Chris, E, they're all thinking in the long term. They're thinking 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. Probably because these guys have probably been with the game since like the Gold Rush update. Probably earlier than that. It is obvious. It is so obvious to me who is the idiot in this conversation and who is the big brain Chad, so to speak. And I am so relieved to see this, honestly, because like I was talking about yesterday, and like what this proves, Torrid, this is the kind of cultural cohesion you don't see anymore. You don't know who's the idiot and who's not anymore. You don't know who to trust because everything is hyper tribalistic. You don't know who's on your side. You don't even know if there's a side worth being on. This makes things so much clearer. This does paint it in the black and white it deserves to be painted in. What it always deserved to be painted in. I guess you could consider me radicalized. Homewrecker versus Scouts. There's a bunch of people like that talking about the topic. It's okay, you can still have your servers. The count, I don't know what you mean. The count actually didn't permanently drop, I'm pretty sure, because there's just new players coming in and playing on Valve servers, churning but not staying, I think. Alex Chudster Z, yeah. They run servers and maintain communities. They have to see the trends and adapt ahead of time. Yeah. You don't know if there's an imposter among us. Kill me now. I haven't heard an Among Us joke in like 3 years, dude. You're welcome. To be honest, though, this is where I want to be. Because if the game is worth loving, if there's anything worth loving... Okay, this is what I wanted to say at the end of the outro. The one thing that I did know that I wanted to say, right? What I wanted to say is that I was going to quit the content and the game altogether, but that I never really could bring myself to, because I am one of those kind of guys that will say something if there is something worth talking about. The problem is that after the sniper video, I had nothing left worth talking about, so I was just going to stop, because I am not the kind of guy to just make stuff up to talk about, right? I only want to talk about things that are relevant, or that should be relevant, or that can affect the culture at large if I can just get the information out there in a digestible format, right? And I know I'm not the best with it. You're much better at it than I am, Torrid. But, like, this would be what I would make a video about next. This would be what I would make an analysis about next. You and I getting a call, just examine stuff for 3-4 hours and just measure the scope of this, see what data is still left to publicly access, sorry. Because no one knows. And it's not that I want to convince people necessarily. I mean, I do want to convince people. I would love to be the guy that the Twitter rage baiters hate because I go against, their grain. But like to just show it to people of like, you guys have no idea what you don't have. And it'll probably turn out to be that case where it's like, it's the whole bit about how many people are actually going to get into heaven, right? Many are called, but few will answer. Like, so many people, this is going to go over their heads because they're so used to their understanding of how things work and their precedents and their paradigms, especially the YouTubers and their fan bases that can only exist by keeping them under standard deviation intelligence. Because let's be honest, a YouTuber only has their audience when they get to a certain level of popularity because they can appeal to normies. This is not a normie conversation. And it's never going to be a popular one. And you'll receive hate for it for the rest of your life, but that's worth it in the long run. If it means that the truth can be revealed en masse, The pursuit of truth has led me to this. Also, screw you, Alexander. If I was allowed to say certain things on YouTube, boy, I would. Robert Paulson. Wait, so these guys aren't responding to each other now. They're responding all to James Hyken. Oh, no, they are responding to each other. Okay. They're just not responding to Philip Vector, because this is all the subcategory of Robert James. Okay, now they're all responding to each other again. Okay. It might not cause more players to magically appear, but more of them will end up in better servers than the official ones. Community servers offer additional value that keep people playing TF2 longer. The long term! This is what I'm talking about! This is a wise man. I know quite a few people who have stopped playing after their favorite server emptied out because of this change. They would rather not play TF2 than play on an official server, which are laggy and full of hackers and griefers. What he alludes to is the same thing I experienced in Pre-Fortress, when Nailgun World fell apart because the community became so divisive, and then when it came out that the leaders of it were like, I guess, pedos? After the fact, it was like, and then they got game banned. Their servers were banned from the game forever. The rest of us that had left up to that point were just kind of sitting there like, well, shoot, what do we do now? And at least on my end, coupled with the mistreatment of the game from the Pre-Fortress devs and the mistreatment it's going to get on the Steam release, I just quit. Game's not worth sticking around for unless I can play on an older version and just host servers on 0.7 instead of 0.7.6. The thread bottoms out at some point and you stop getting them indented. Okay. Why, hello there, anecdotal evidence. If you could go ahead and get us an actual cross-section of the player base, that'd be great. Huh? James. Is this the guy that... Ah, I see. So James Hyken is being the very derisive one here. empirical evidence was already offered, which you thought were my players, as if I had tens of thousands of players. Those numbers are pulled straight from Steam. What's the point of trolling this discussion? Don't you have anything better to do? Holy based. I'm just sick of people complaining about something that Valve has shown no indication of changing in a place where it's rather patently inappropriate for the discussion to be taking place. Dude, this is the place to be having this discussion. What are you talking about? This obviously looks like the place to be having the discussion. Are you daft, to use a phrase? This James guy is a real character, isn't he? I don't know if you read this far down, Torrid, already, but like, this is the kind of person that said, stop petitioning to fix the bots. They're never gonna go. They're never gonna be fixed because Valve doesn't do anything. The bots get fixed. Free-to-plays are never gonna get unmuted. They did, to some extent. It's like, both of those movements, by the way, I was actively involved in as a community moderator and then as someone that helped compile the letter to Valve for unmute free-to-plays, and I actually physically mailed that letter. So I have more first-hand experience in something that actually affected the game than this guy probably ever will. And he is the same spirit of person that told me not to do what I did to benefit the game. That's crazy. That's crazy to think about. I've never tried to like rest on my own laurels or anything by like trying to make myself out as better than other people. But like, I think I could safely say, considering that I mailed the letter and I helped write it and it actually did do something, I have done more than this guy ever has. And I've done more than any man of this spirit ever has for the game, you know, you claim to love or at least profess an interest in by sticking around and trolling a conversation like this. Just a thought. Yeah, there's back and forths that are very reminiscent of quick play and casual debates, except they are about quick play versus quick play. Oof. I don't see how there could be a better place to discuss this. Excuse me. This quick play problem affects SRCD's servers, and this is a mailing list for servers that is visited by the people responsible for this change. If Valve does not realize this is a problem, that is even more of a reason to keep talking about it. I don't think Valve doesn't care. They just don't know it is a problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted their time making Quick Pick. Quick Pick? They need to realize it is causing a net loss of players and quick play options, and Quick Pick didn't solve the issue. Oh, great. So it's at this point where Paulson seems to just drop out of the conversation until much later. This mailing list is for bug fixes and technical support, not for politics and drama. You're being so for real right now, bro. This is actually a discussion list for server-related things, which has wide scale. Bug fixes aren't our thing. Our thing? Oh my. He properly sorted it in like a big old bar. ICS. Who's ICS? Is this a guy that's working on the game? He doesn't have an email linked. Unlike Fletcher. Bug fixes aren't our thing usually, unless they affect servers somehow, aka maps or weapons that can cause issues, etc. But rocks having wrong shape aren't our thing. As for topic, I'm not sure about others, but the quick play change only hurt us. Us legitimate server running people who didn't tease our servers with stuff like stupid mods or paid features or advertisements. Right now from full 4x24 servers, 4x24? Oh, that probably means they're hosting 4 servers of 24 players each. That's my assumption, 4x24. That's a nice way to refer to it, 4x24. We've come down to 1 full at evening. You run 4x24 and you've only been brought down to one full on evening time. That sucks. Hit's kind of a bad place, as quick play was nice to fill up the rest of the slots. There has been people playing the empty ones every day, but when no one else joins, they will go and find a new server that is nearly full. That's just the way it is. I've complained about this before, and I just wanted to say this again, but pulling a stunt like this really isn't the thing that you want to do to people like me who run servers. We had a lot of people who wanted to play on our servers just because they were watched on and troublemakers were removed quickly. Now they fade away from the game eventually because there isn't the same spirit anymore while playing. No friends, because not all of them can fit into a one server. Under underscores. Personally, I've lost my motivation towards TF2 also. Played like 5 hours max in the last 2 months. So while you want to do the Valve way, you should really think about the better way. Props to them for having the guts to say that there's a better way than the Valve way. Right on. You want to discuss something? Take it to Spuff. I don't know what that is, but it's obviously not relevant. Holy cow. Oh, shoot. My bad. The quick way. I think Valve isn't stupid. They knew. They just took the trade-off. Wasn't one of the biggest criticisms of quick play that being the ad-ridden servers debunked or something? Yeah. That trivializes all that, because the problem with the ad-ridden servers is that they ran the vanilla rule set, so they got more traffic. From what it seems like, these guys that ran rule sets that were slightly modified, that never got as much traffic because they didn't run exactly the same rule set as Valve, those were the ones that got more traffic because, like, of the ads and stuff, but they actually had the default rule set and stuff. That's what I assume. Spuff is Steam-powered user forums. There's an old website called the Daily Spuff, like a magazine based on those forums. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. We don't have to moderate or communicate with communities ever again if we basically just drop them. Yeah. Click or hover his name to see the email. Click to see all emails from him. Yo, I'm drunk, lol. Welcome in, Bowsette. Wait, hang on. So let me... This James Haken guy. Quick play beta. Proposal. This guy doesn't seem to be taking things very seriously. Aim better. When will quick play return to a level playing field? Jeez, you spent a lot of time on that thread. Mandatory TF2 update released. You say that, but then you're also against what people are talking about here. Oh, great. In my humble opinion. What is he talking about? Oh, the rabbit hole. What I love, though, is that it's the same, like, 10 to 15 names throughout all of this, because those are, like, the big server hosters, you can tell. I don't think discussing topics which directly affect server operators on Spuff is a good idea. Most of the users on Spuff are not technically inclined and could probably care less about this problem. Most of the users on Spuff, you mean the majority of the game's player base? So 90% of the game's players don't care about the problem. Why then is it a problem? What? That sounds like quite the straw man. By that logic, the zip bombing wasn't a problem because the players didn't care. Okay, so this guy's just a troll. I don't need to keep reading. No use feeding a troll, guys. Yeah, good on E for bringing it back to ground here. Having a different opinion on the matter is trolling. Yes, it is. When you present it so brashly, you make Zesty Jesus look like a kind person. He's not. But that's just because he can't be bothered to. Spuff is a tiny portion of the TF2 population. Most people that play a game don't go on the forums to chat about it. The common player won't even give two craps if TF2 itself is dying because of this change. They are not diehard fans, and they will go back to COD or Titanfall. If the servers they want to play on are emptying out because of Valve, they are not going to petition Valve, complain on Spuff, or even be aware that Valve is causing this. Much like right now, huh? Ay, ay, ay. Because of what he said earlier about how people are generally, they already have the precedent of them being too lazy to change their own settings. So if the common player doesn't care, why should Valve? Because the common player isn't Valve. It's the dumbest comparison point I've ever heard. Because if it weren't for some of these people putting their time, money, blood, sweat, and tears into their servers and building their communities and thus adding to the overall experience of TF2, you probably wouldn't be playing or enjoying TF2 as it is now, and Valve's game wouldn't have made it past 2010. Dude, no wonder Valve stopped interacting with the community, because they don't know how to deal with trolls like James Hyken. This retard. Long enough for Valve to try out their F2P model that summarily excludes most of the people that made them what they are. Or did you happen to not know that Valve never hosted their own game servers up until QuickPlay 2011, 4 years after its release for TF2? The common player wouldn't be buying stuff from the Manco store. They wouldn't be trading. They wouldn't be even using the Steam marketplace. Look where Valve's in-game trading transaction system came from. None of that would have been possible without these people who are complaining about being treated unfairly for being loyal to Valve and the TF team for years. Valve only made the game. These guys built the servers and expanded its unique experience into what made it so popular. Lemon Superman, Holy Based. Robert Paulson, because the common player also doesn't care if Valve or TF2 fails, why not take a few minutes to actually understand what you are reading before replying with these obvious questions? Keep saying, why did Valve do this to us, when you should be asking, why did Valve do this at all? That is what they're asking. That is what they're asking you. I can't. I'm screaming at a man from 2014. This is the ground zero for people that we deal with now on like TF2 Reddit. Oh. I was playing TF2 earlier, trying it with the controller from my new Series X. Honestly, I thought it was really fun. Oh, that's cool, Bowsette. It is crazy how little publicity this stuff was getting back in the day. Yeah, seriously. You can ask the question, because the answer from Valve is that it really doesn't matter. Same as with people will tolerate these cosmetics. Maybe I'm just forgetting something, but nobody was talking about this on a large scale. I've never heard about it. Not even Richter Overtime has talked to me about it. And bro would remember. Played a lot of NG on Dust Bowl, then switched to Pyro for around. It being an Xbox controller, it worked immediately and didn't need Steam input. Oh yeah, because the computer game works with the Xbox controller and the PS3 controller, I think, because of the consoles that it was released on. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, holy crap, man. This guy. E. Olsen. Let's go. Isn't this the guy that started the thread in the first place? And then the thread ends here. Yeah, this is a mailing list for issues affecting server operators, so it seems like the right place for me. Furthermore, it's not unreasonable for Valve to at least communicate to us their intentions down the road as far as quick play goes. Many a server operator on this list has been there for Valve when they asked us to step up and support this or that for the game, to include augmenting their infrastructure when they didn't have enough servers to support the player base. They did that? Holy crap. That's above and beyond for the players to accommodate for. And the server hosters, I mean. When you apply a blanket punishment to everyone in any group when only a small majority are responsible for the actions you are applying that punishment for, then of course the innocent affected are going to continue to ask when they will have that unjust punishment lifted. This is the free-to-play problem. This is the mute. This is the free-to-play player mute that happened as a result of the bots. When you apply a blanket punishment to everyone in any group, when only a small majority were responsible for the actions you were applying that punishment for, then of course the innocent affected are going to continue to ask when they will have that unjust punishment lifted. That's the free-to-play problem, right there. I never got to experience TF2 as a free-to-play. I learned through YouTube videos that community servers were the way to go because casual was always bot-ridden, but eventually I caved and bought that premium anyway, or bought a bunch of, weapons or something, just so that I could have the casual timer removed, the mute. That's it right there. This is the thing that walks so that the bot mute, the free-to-play mute, can run, right? I haven't been asking anything unreasonable here. The fact is there has been zero communication from the TF2 team regarding this issue since they threw community servers out in the cold. There's no reason for there to be an adversarial attitude towards all server operators simply because there were a few bad apples that needed to be eliminated. Honestly, hosting TF2 should be a partnership between Valve and the rest of us that have been here for them since day one. There are communities out there that have gone to great strides over the years in hosting events, tournaments, mapping contests, and creating content for the game that certainly don't deserve to be ignored like this. The TF2 team used to go to great lengths to keep us in the loop. Again, like the 2011 email I saw earlier. Again, this is not and should not ever be us against them. We could be helping them make TF2 a better game while still building the diversity that made it great in the first place. But there's no way for us to do that if we continue to be left out in the cold. The nobility at play here, and I mean that in the strictest sense of the word. Hosting TF2 should be a partnership between Valve and the rest of us that have been there for them since day one. The TF2 team used to go to great lengths to keep us in the loop. This is not and should not ever be us versus them. And look where we are now, where that's the only way we can even get a conversation going is by phrasing it as us versus them. No wonder they don't want to interact with the community. And these people were trying to be the good people. The good people that Valve would look at rather than all those people like James. I can't believe it. (2018). This was the final straw, right? I heard that the story was the reason they stopped it was because they brought a bunch of the competitors over to their offices and they found that one of them was smoking weed in their bathrooms. And being thoroughly indignant with them, they threw them out and never hosted another Saxy ever again. I was just trying to tie together some access points in regards to the community and their history with Valve. Holy cow. These guys were trying to... I hate to sound so unabashedly like the kind of people that sound like, oh, Hitler was our hero all along or whatever. I don't want to sound like that, but like, these guys were our heroes. These guys were trying to save us from what we're experiencing now. And they had no idea they were doing that. I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm reading, honestly. Torrid, you are the most brilliant man I've ever had the fortune of meeting through this community. Bravo to your indoctrination. It's not fun reading what those server operators wrote in hindsight. No, it's not. No, it's not. Getting the 360 version of Orange Box because it's backward compatible with Xbox Series X. Has Half-Life 2 episodes, Portal 1, but also TF2 with like no updates. Yeah. No, Richter, no. Not like that. I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. You, of course, as well, but like... No, I've never heard of these emails and like the strides that people would go to try to make... Look at this spirit. Like, this is more love for a video game than any player could ever boast. It should not be an us versus them. Hosting TF2 servers should be a partnership between Valve and the rest of us that have been there for them since day one. This is what it means to love a video game. What it meant to love a video game. YouTube videos are worthless compared to this. They are nothing. Absolutely nothing. Unless they outline the truth. Excuse me. Like with the Nobody Home video. The Nobody Home video doesn't hold a candle to this stuff. The Nobody Home video is irrelevant compared to all this. So the community deserved what it got. I don't know. Maybe the player base, the normies, the idiots. But not the hosters. The hosters never deserved what they got. Not by a long shot. Because like I'll try to the online. I'll be shocked if anyone's still playing. No, people still play it. I think there's just a very tight community because it's still active. The servers are still active for Xbox 360 TF2. You just have to catch them at the right times, but they still play them. I saw a guy live streaming it like a month ago or so. Have you seen these emails? Yeah, can someone fill me in? Yeah, I'm going through an HLDS mailing list between Valve and server operators from 2014, back when they added the... Okay, how do I provide even context for this? Basically, what this server is surrounding, Richter, is this right here. This is the root message. As we approach the 2-month mark since Valve servers were made the default server for all quick play players, can the TF2 team give us a time frame when they will return the system to a level playing field for all servers? As a point of reference, this from Fletcher Dunn at Valve himself. This thread from 2011, shortly after Quick Play's implementation, is talking about how the goal of Quick Play is to ensure that new players have the vanilla TF2 experience, and they're going to try to integrate experienced players into the regular community so that those experienced players can help the new players discover the diversity that community servers provide, right? And certain server owners, they're like, it's cool. My only concern with this quick play situation is that I run a server which is more competitively oriented, and at this point in time, quick play was only allowing vanilla rule sets, right, to be part of its filtering process. and they're talking about a scoring system because apparently Quick Play had a scoring system involved. Fast forward to 2014, and we're asking for a level playing field because what Fletcher confirms is that you shouldn't freak out. The scoring system was prone to errors at the time, and essentially what he's trying to confirm is that your servers are competing with Valve servers on an equal footing for Quick Play customers. In fact, my guess is that directing the noobs towards the Valve servers actually gives them a disadvantage. And it's unclear if he's referring to the players or the Valve servers themselves, but this Valve employee, Fletcher Dunn, is going out of his way to make it clear that they are playing on an equal footing in terms of the players' attention, right? Fast forward to 2014. Hey, when are we getting this back? As it stands, the players who want to avoid all community servers now have the ability to do so by simply clicking the official server only button. So is it really necessary to keep driving nearly all Quick Play traffic away from community servers? In fact, a better question would be, is it in TF2's best interest to do so? Helping players find a home where they become a regular creates long-term players. And since so much emphasis in the design of the UI has been placed on guiding players to use Quick Play, the longer that community servers are effectively excluded from that traffic, the more long-term players the game will likely lose, right? So essentially what they're saying is that the option of Valve servers being on by default is hurting community servers to a significant degree, and there's a whole thread about it. And One Insane had talked about it before, back in like 2012 or whatever, and Robert Paulson had talked about it before as well. The problem is not that the official servers only option exists. The problem is that it is on by default. People too lazy to use the browser are too lazy to use options. Again, I would like to suggest automatically unchecking the official servers only after 4 to 5 hours of play. Anything that requires manual intervention will not solve the problem, because people, generally, the normies of that time period, are too stupid to change the options to a community server. And all of this, by the way, Richter, for final context, all of this started because later on in this thread is an email that Torred sent me specifically, which is from this guy, right? E. Olson. I think the issue here is there is really no longer any reason for Valve servers to be the default once a player has 8 to 12 hours in the game. The minority of players who only want the random pub games on Valve servers now have that option, but the players who stick around in the long term will be the ones to find a home or group of home server or group of servers, not those looking for the Xbox Live experience of random games with random people every time. Honestly, if the TF2 team could see the chaos and lack of teamwork that Valve servers actually seem to encourage, I think they would take a step back and realize that this really doesn't do the game any justice. There is a reason some of the newer players have taken to calling the community servers pub stomp servers. It's because community servers are where they first come up against actual cohesive teamwork, and they're used to a bunch of random players just doing their own thing. This is not referring to competitive servers. This is referring to basic community servers as well, all community servers. And the reason I'm talking about this in my writing of the Sniper script is because earlier, yesterday, I was talking with Torred and a few other guys in voice chat about the overarching philosophical problems that exist that make something like a class analysis discussion necessary in the first place. One of those things being the expectations of the game that people have. Namely, people don't think of the game as a team game. They think about the game as how it serves themselves, and the team is just an accident, right? This entire discussion exists purely because Valve couldn't understand what server owners understood back in the days of Quick Play, apparently, right? And nobody has ever talked about this. Jasper was in earlier, the chat, by the way, and he said it quite well. People really think that 2014 is peak. Compared to casual, people look to Quick Play because, like, compared to casual, it's peak. I had no idea how much Quick Play hurt community servers. And like Torred outlined it in his video, this beautiful video with 15,000 views, but he didn't outline it nearly enough, because I didn't get the point and I watched the whole thing twice. And it's like, I'm realizing that every issue I have with the TF2 community can be sourced back to problems like this. And the nobility of people to be like, hosting TF2 servers should be a partnership, right? Like how it always was back in the days when Robin Walker was making the blog posts. Like that's a huge thing. That is the spirit that does not exist in this game anymore, that this game does not cultivate. And that is not something you would ever hear a YouTuber say, ever, because it wouldn't be in their best interest to do so. It would hurt their bottom line, and you know it would. You would never get popular with that sort of thing. And it's like, it's stuff like this. It recontextualizes even terms like pub stomp, because pub stomp, to me, a casual brain, right, is just a player that does really well and works with his team, or a couple players that work really well as a team and throttle everyone because they don't play as a team. And they're like, oh, unbalanced games, And even community server people have that problem too. I was playing Zesty Jesus' vanilla server, and people complain so much about stomps, when in reality it was just 3 people. It was 3 people doing a coordinated effort to capture a flag or to get a point on Hydro. And it's like, oh, stomp, we gotta call a scramble. Are you joking? The community servers, even by the standards of back then, are a bunch of stupid people. And like, it's the precedent back then is something you can't even compare to today. It would be an insult. And this is something this is what Robert Paulson was talking about when he's referred to this earlier. Like, he was starting to pull up receipts from around the time QuickPlay added that option for default only Valve servers, and he has these graphs. Right, oh right, this graph was gone. He said TF2 has fewer players after community servers were removed by default on January 28th. Community servers were provably better than official servers. And like, when community servers competed equally with official servers, there was not a single official server, not a single Valve server in the top 200. Now, with Valve servers being the default option for quick play, no official servers dominate the list because of its monopoly on new players, right? And he brings up common argument, response, common argument, response. Like what I've been doing with my sniper video. The precedent for this sort of format of addressing the community has always been here. And it's like what Robert had said previously. The problem is not that the official servers only option exists. The problem is that it's on by default. People too lazy to use the browser are too lazy to change their advanced options. And you go through this email list and you see like anecdote upon anecdote to the point where it's more like empirical evidence. People don't change their settings because they just want to turn their brain off and play the game. And that is exactly what Valve servers have always been designed for, even back in QuickPlay. And it's shocking. And the only reason this is all relevant to my video is because this establishes the community precedent that makes something like my sniper video even necessary, let alone relevant in the first place. And now that I'm done talking, because I've probably been talking nonstop for the last 10 minutes, I have to scroll up and read chat. My heart. I can't take much more of this. Torrid, God bless you, but also screw you. I'll DM you the links I sent to Snake. There's more sources in my spreadsheet for my video. Yeah. Normies. I had no clue this is publicly available. Yeah, I didn't either. Hosters should come to Gold Rush, by the way. Truk. Self-fulfillment, gratification. Yeah, self-gratification. Yeah, it's the low, what do they call it? What's the term that people use for brain rot? It's like low, self-gratification, self-fulfillment, low self-esteem, really, but it's like low attention span. That's what it is. It's a low attention span. 2014 was just the last year normies cared about TF2. It's the safe nostalgia. In reality, Jeremy killed his server that year. Star was starting to make his exit, etc. Really bad year for TF2 in some ways. I can see that now in the more empirical sense. YouTubers would never mention it. I wonder if I could find a spot for it. Maybe Torred would strangle me like Bart, though. Seems that people generally accuse Casual of what 2014 Quick Play actually did. I guess, yeah, Casual was the killing blow, to be fair, Torred. No ad hoc to Valve servers was complete insanity. Truk. Everyone I know felt that way. I don't know how the TF2 community has somehow gotten over it. It's lunacy. You would have to not play the game to think it's a good idea or a good thing. Well, you'd have to be the new wave of YouTuber that like, See Ravioli or, It's Feckin' Raw or Great Blue are nowadays, or The What Show. The losers. And I have no trouble saying that because I can call anyone who I want a loser. Casual just drives the final nail to the coffin deep underground. That's exactly what I was going to say. Excuse me. I feel sick. I almost cried earlier because it's just so much overwhelming information. Because this, again, I'll say it again. This is what it means to care about a video game. Forget all the YouTube videos. Forget all the petitions. Like, what I've done? Mail the letter for Unmute Free-to-Plays? Help write the letter? Actually produce that change for the game? To at least some extent? Like, I have directly helped. And even I cannot say I have ever cared about the game nearly as much as any of these dudes. E. Olsen, Robert Paulson, Chris Orderschuk, Jason Tango, One Insane, there's like the precedent of nobility present here is something like I could only aspire to, because TF2 is not in a state to be this noble towards, or at least it would be very hard to. Very. I said it earlier, I think the TF2 community server population was simply replaced with new players that don't know anything about what the game used to be. Yeah, free-to-play update is what did that. Free-to-play update is really important to talk about in regards to that too. Yeah. And it's like I said too, these server posters, it's like what I was talking about when these trollers and these retards like Philip Vector or James Hyken or Alexander Z came up and Robert Paulson tried to talk to all of them. They do not possess an IQ above standard deviation, so they cannot see to the long term. They cannot love the game to the long term. They only see it as self-gratification, self-fulfillment, an individualistic experience. These people, Philip Vector, James Hyken, Alexander Z, these are the people that we get nowadays that are Twitter trolls and the majority of the Reddit community and most of the Discord population surrounding this game. These are the people that think the game should cater to them, that it's not a team game. These are the same kind of people because they don't have the foresight and they also don't have the experience, obviously, to understand what these server hosters are talking about. Right? Like what E. Olsen talks about here at the end. Hosting TF2 should be a partnership between Valve and the rest of us. The TF2 team used to go to great lengths to keep us in the loop. This is not and should not ever be us against them. Try to talk about this on a genuine level with any sub 90 IQ normie that plays the game nowadays, like any other video game, where it's just self-gratification and not actually seeking an experience that actually makes an argument for video games being an art form. And it would go so far over their heads, they would just be like, oh, you're just an old boomer. You're a LARPer. You're an old LARPer. Old LARPer. You like Gold Rush, don't you? You LARP for 2010 TF2. And you just have to sit there with both hands slapped on your face and your head pointed down and you just sit there for like a good 2 hours wondering, God, why do you allow so many stupid people to exist in this planet? I know you love them. I know they are made in your image and likeness, but why? Why, God? And you do that for about 3 hours, and then you get up and get on with your day. That's the context, Richter, by the way. That's the context that I took so long to explain. People like me who played free-to-play are so rare. That sounds like self-glaze, but seriously, how many are there? I've only known like 2 or 3 people. You, Black Dynamite, Jasper, I suppose. That's 3. I was shocked meeting people like Dane and learning I had been playing longer. I'm so much younger, it's bizarre. Yeah. It must be weird from that perspective. I used to play Medic a lot, and I can tell with despair. Hello, Grunkle Bob, says H. I've had so much time to get used to this. You're now getting the condensed pill in one stream. Yeah, well, Torrid, that's how I've always done things. I drink from the fire hose right away, because if it's not worth drinking from, I'm not going to waste my time doing it. I'm either in the deep end right away, or I am not even at the pool. So, what actually is all this stuff? I'm too drunk to know what's going on right now. Bowsette, we're studying history. True love can only mend a quicker play. Dude, shut up. Oh, that's funny. Most of the Reddit community doesn't play the game, Lamau. Yeah, that was obvious with Wheezy's map tier list surveyed by like 3,500 votes. Reddit community plays Reddit. Well, look at what they did to the game, right? Valve hasn't given it care. It's not a cared for game. The original generation of players who cared were shooed out the door literally over 15 years ago. Yeah, pretty much. It seems the exit ramp was taken around 2014. I wonder if they thought the game would die and they're surprised it didn't. Probably. They probably wanted to focus more on Counter-Strike. It's funny, too, because, yeah, the original community had been ushered out a long time ago. Like I said, Black Dynamite stopped playing around Love and War, and even then he had been losing interest as far back as 2012, according to what he told me in that interview a while back that I did with him. These server hosters are, like, the last bastions. These guys are the last hope, so to speak. These are the guys. This is the vanguard. These are the guys fighting tooth and nail for the culture of TF2 to be preserved. You know? Not to sound like the memes, not to sound like those like true Agarthan memes, like we must save the white race, but like these guys are like, we're trying to save TF2 here. You know? These are the guys. These are your heroes. Where is the... Oh, that's the 2011. I want to go back to this thread. In short, I agree with Mr. Paulson. First of all, quite noble. Give the new players a few hours of mandatory play on Valve servers to get their feet wet in the game, and then open quick play up to all servers by default and allow them to see all the diversity that's out there. Again, wouldn't be hard to do. You just have to sync it up with Steam hours, let alone in-game hours, which we know never synced up even back then, when casual didn't waste your time. You've given the players the option of going back to Valve only if they should want it. Now let's roll back the mass punishment that was really killing a mosquito with a sledgehammer and give the server operators a fair shake again. Please save the game. Let us maintain the glory we know it has, that you know we know it has, and that we know you know it has. Valve. That's what this is. Chris Orishchuk, by the way, was talking about his server stats going down. Around the time that change, that Valve server default option was implemented, server population took a nosedive, and I actually looked it up. These days are Fridays, so weekend play are the spikes, but even the weekend play is going down. And at peak, he had, what is that, 28,000 players on his servers. Now he can barely get 7,500. I mean, now as in that point, March of 2014. There was another guy in this email thread who said that he used to run 4x24, which I assume means 4x24 player servers, which is 4 24-player servers. And at best, at this point in time, he could barely get one full on the weekend. It's ridiculous. It was ridiculous even back then. I can't believe it. And what I can't believe is how much of all this history has never been explained to me. Like, this is the most relevant conversation. This is the kind of thing I would want to make a video on, because this is the only thing that actually matters. The quick play casual thing means nothing compared to this. The bots honestly never meant anything compared to this. This is where it all starts. I didn't even know you could have had a culture with Valve where the hosters had an understanding and a solidified culture where hosting was a partnership. You can't even get that for a source mod. You can't get that for pre-Fortress nowadays because Nailgun World single-handedly destroyed that reputation. And even server hosters now have a hard time with the developers because the developers are very non-communicative and unhelpful. Saint Software has complained about this for years. Always had, even back in the Nailgun World days. Even in the Nailgun World days, cooperating with the devs to stop server crashes and stuff was very, very hard. Like, you can't even get this with a source mod. I honestly would be shocked if, and this is no slight on the Gold Rush devs. I'm sure you guys are far better than anything else out there right now. I would be surprised if I could even get half this level of relationship from a community of, like, what, 2 programmers? It's like, because that sort of thing, that concept, that precedent doesn't exist in my head. It never has. I don't see how it could. Like, it's like the majority of the US dollar being in foreign nations, then circulating within its borders. Yeah, pretty much, right? Where are the TFC-era veterans still keeping prominent voices in the modern community? They do not exist, not just because they're old. Manconomy and F2P actively swatted them away, replaced them. Let's be perfectly honest here, though, Richter. TFC veterans hated TF2 on arrival, and you can find evidence for that, too. Like, they didn't care for TF2 at all because it strayed so far from what its legacy was. TF2 is a Team Fortress game in only name of the franchise and general functions. The real continuation of the TFC legacy is Fortress Forever, and that died on arrival because TF2 released a month later. Let's be perfectly real here. It's TFC era veterans were never going to stick around much unless you were someone like Germa, who was fairly amiable but had also only been playing TFC for 4 years up to the point of TF2's release. That's only 2003 on. Real TFC veterans, 1999 guys that came from Quake, they stuck with Quake and TFC, and they're still in Quake and TFC. Ask me how I know. I'm in all of their organized game servers. They play every day. I actually was going to play another TFC game with them shortly because I got to play with them, and they were happy that I joined them because they're always looking for new blood. Because, you know, they're all like late 30s, early 40s, got wives and kids. Kind of like myself now. Keep in mind that in early blog posts there was a consistent hard focus on making the game experience better based on player statistics that they were collecting. That goes way back to the very first update. I saw that. I feel like I saw that in a Robert Paulson post. Where was it? Robert Paulson said something about that. He linked somebody linked a Robin Walker post from 2009 that seems to point to that being the case. I have to find it again. he refers again to this, which is the essay, his little script here. Dang it, where is it? He had something. It might have... Oh, you know what? It might have actually been in his... It might have actually been in his... in the thing that he referred to here from 2014 as well. I think it was in this conversation. Yeah. Steam graph. No, I can't find it now. I'm pretty sure it's in my history. Hang on. I am now so focused on finding this. Please let me find this. Teamfortress2.com. Yeah, it's this one. One of the things we've been thinking about for a while now is how to improve the player experience around finding a server to play on. It's a tricky problem because our master servers need to ask a game server for its details, and that server can lie to us if it wants to. And it even provides this graph with server scores, player connections, and how the bad experiences are really just the outlier of outliers. And it's like fascinating. Look at that. Robin Walker, 2009. This is what you were talking about, Jasper. Yeah. Oh, man. These emails also have back and forths with operators about improvements that seem to drop off with time. Yeah, I'm noticing that. All great with this intuition. Yeah, how are y'all's doing? Things have potential to be better now about the server stuff, Snake. Running on modern TF2 means less exploits, more stable engine, easily downstreamed patches from live TF2 updates, etc. Yes, but the hard part is that there's not an organic way to support the community anymore because the server browser is dominated by people that don't run, a traditional game format. People like Skyle or Uncletopia or UGC or whatever is in your region. Like, the only way I even know about any of the vanilla servers I play on, or stock only like Agartha TF or other stuff like that, is because I'm part of a Discord server called vanillafortress.tf. That only exists because, and I only know about that because I know people who are in it and who invited me. I just happen to know people. That's the only way I can experience the game with, the normal way, right? The better server stuff. Better server stuff is getting a Discord ping. That should not be the way it works. And it's like, how do you introduce somebody new to that? Right? Because they're not going to know. You have to show somebody that. The problem is that this game, at its core, will still have inorganic traffic. To get somebody into this game, I still have to tell someone, hey, want to play this game with me? I think it's pretty cool. If you like it, here, join this server. Which, there's already memes from, YouTube videos about people like, oh, join my Discord server for these resources, and nobody wants to do that. Because nobody wants to waste their Discord inbox full of servers that they never visit, I use Discord mostly as an announcement hub now, barely even a communications medium. I'd rather be using email. Or, phone numbers. Because that's something I'll actually remember. I have a very hard time remembering Discord IDs. Fortress Forever is weird in its own way, not the real air. It has auto-reload, hated by TFC players unreleased. It has high GPS stuff like jump pads and jetpacks, alien fan-made additions. Yes, definitely fits the experimental spirit of what Robin always wanted, even back in Quake, though. We're all getting old, aren't we? Ironically, there is some synergy with Gold Rush and TFC. The only unlocks restore functionality of TFC. Sandman Ball is like Conk Stun, Uber Saw restores Aggro Medic, Wrangler Jump restores NG EMP Jump. Kind of, but in its own twisted way, I would say. Because the Conk Stun didn't disable your ability to fire, it just made your crosshair sway around in a pattern that if you were good enough, you could remember. Pre-Fortress had that too, and really good players knew how to counteract that measure, and it was like a true test of your skill. Sandman Ball doesn't do that. It just turns off your ability to play for a moment, so you just better be around your team. Ubersaw restores Aggro Medic. That's somewhat true, yeah. I never understood why people did EMP jumps considering it chewed out so much of their armor. Some of this is likely intentional. The Sandman also originally removed double jump, which TFC Scout didn't have, so it gave him a stun ability back and restored his non-double jump playstyle. I wish it would still keep the no double jump. It's much better of a weapon without the double jump. The Sandman, that is. The flare gun is like a take on the incendiary cannon from TFC and QTF, etc. Yeah, true. It's very interesting. Sorry for gumming up the chat. I support Gold Rush a lot, partially because I do think it does represent something really meaningful as a runoff of TF culture. No, I agree. In the end, I really do agree with you. The only reason I differ with you is really on like technical levels, but it's nothing more than like semantics at a certain point. Yeah, I agree. It's just very difficult because Gold Rush essentially is the outlier in that sense because no other source mod is worthy of carrying on the legacy of Team Fortress. The chat is for chatting. No? Have I been doing it wrong the whole time? Yeah, no, Richter, don't worry about it. You haven't been gumming up the chat. Like, before you, it was Torrid talking to me. Not exactly at all. You make no mistakes, Torrid. Yes, Torrid is a flawless human being. I probably wouldn't know if I didn't make a video that mentions how to organize Vanilla Fortress and people told me that exists. We are agents of fortune. That's what we are. That is what we are, Torrid. We are agents of fortune. Purely the beneficiaries of the grace of God that endows us with knowledge we wouldn't otherwise have, but that we benefit much more from. You know? That's how I see it. I probably wouldn't know if I didn't, all stock sounds awesome. Not gonna lie. It is kind of fun. Although it does amplify certain class weaknesses that really should have been more optimized at base before unlocks were even considered. Do not feed my ego, please, thanks. I mean, ego or whatever. We still all owe God the knowledge that we have, because let's be real, the only reason you even know is because the providence insisted upon it, you know? If I wasn't lazy, I would have been actively working upon my list of game concepts. Dude, ain't that true for the rest of us? True. It's a big truth. Anyways, what a rant. I didn't even write anything in this script. This was supposed to be writing the Sniper Manifesto's outro, and instead I have been down the rabbit hole and then some, dude. Like, oh. Like, let me look at Robert Paulson's threads. Oh dear. Oh dear. There's a meet your match thread. There's a few meet your match thread. Uh-oh. Custom game mode servers are suffering. Quick play was hardly the first or one of the first anti-community changes. It is the worst, and that is why everyone is fixated on it. Quick play. Official servers exclusives like MVM and Pastime pale in comparison based on damage done. Matchmaking could possibly be just as bad, but only time will tell. Oh, Lord. You know what? Let's just go to the roughly 2 weeks out, and let's just glimpse at the spirit of despair that was kicking in around this time, if the YouTube compilations are to be believed. Louis Wagner. Are the community server operators happy with the results? Are your servers filled to the brim with players? Is your enjoyment of the game reaching new heights? Provide your honest evaluation. I don't know if that's my hindsight, but that sounds like quite the grim indictment. Not much has changed for me. For now, I haven't noticed an increase. As long as quick play casual are a thing and provide the complete pubbing experience, there will not be an increase in player count simply because community servers don't have much to offer beside custom balanced maps, map votes, custom game modes, etc. Nowadays, people play TF2 to pub stomp, so community servers cannot take part in that. And community servers were considered the pub stomp servers because noobs were too stupid to realize their skill issue. Oh, dear me. Oh, an increase. A small increase. But far from being a decent solution to the problem. Big bump the night of. After that, hardly nothing. My MVMs are dead. That's been since a few updates ago prior to this one. I've about given up. The other servers are hardly touched, and I think are worse now than before. Oh. I've already ran into 2 servers since the update that use bots disguised as players with fake pings and all. Also ran into another server that had admins and donors using plugins to help them win games. Clearly a pay-to-win model. Oh no. This is like reading like a data log or a journal about the fallout of some nuclear disaster. So bots started getting into community servers because they invaded casual, and the moderation wasn't equipped to handle it because nothing like it had ever existed up to that point. Outside of individual players with scripts that you could ban or servers that you could blacklist. Players tended to play longer, fill up earlier, but there's less of the players that are on there for short bursts. Net positive. Doesn't sound like it. I should probably add, I suspect it's a net positive if you already have a regular group of players. Most people don't join an empty server, so having a few regular that seed a server to get it started helps. Although I see that our overflow servers fill up sometimes when a few regulars go to those instead now more often. Oh no. Torrid, have you read this? Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat now. Teamwork was the real skill issue all along. I mean, that's the moral of the sniper video too, so. Yes, this is like finding a recording in a game, yeah. Sorry, in that last message I meant with no auto-reload, and by non-ammo pack drops, I meant the weapons dropping when you die instead of birthing ammo packs. I thought auto-reload was disabled in TFC. It's not a thing when I play. Hi there, I saw this thumbnail and I thought this is the sequel of the Emesis Blue, but now I have no idea what this is. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ordinal. This is I'm doing research to conclude a script for a video I'm making about TF2 Sniper. TF Chernobyl, beginning of the end. Welcome to Spontaneous TF2 server history deep dive, yeah. It's like, Torrid, have you read this particular thread? I can also agree with that. After initial bump in activity, most of my servers went back to the activity they had before the update. As in, one server entirely dead, the other's not really filling up. To be honest, this change came far too late. It would have helped 2 years ago, but it's now almost too late. Oh no. MVM is pretty alive. Okay, these are just MVM servers. This is technical stuff. I definitely like having the community servers option right on the find a game menu, basically giving equal billing to the other options there. Wait until you see how it was redesigned in Jungle Inferno, where it's the 4th option to select. As others have said, would have helped more years ago. Better late than never, I guess. I really saw no reason for such a simple GUI change, not dissimilar to those suggested by the community, took so long to address. Oh, they're talking about, like, stuff that they suggested back in Quick Play's day, with the whole options stuff, right? Oh dear. The average player wouldn't have a bizarre vendetta against community service. It takes a dedicated troll to sign up for a server mailing list and spam insults toward anyone that is pro-community. And as we have seen from those such as Dan Nidaxio, their motivations are probably not the well-being of the game, I assume. Holy crap. I got so much to read now. Dude, I want to keep reading. I'm going to keep reading after stream. I'm just going to... Still been dead for the most part on my side. A few of my players have been arguing how Valve's killed the game by removing quick play. Whenever I suggest we play on ... our servers, they'll retort by saying they're always empty. It's the loop that's been a problem for a number of years. Don't play on an empty server. Server is always empty because no one plays on it. Quick play casual still offers servers with people on it, which ultimately wins. It's like a war against Valve's servers that they never had a chance with because they were the honorable parties in the deal, so to speak. E. Olsen. Too early to tell. A drop-off after the initial rush of a few. New update was to be expected. Right now I'm seeing long-term servers dropping off in traffic by about 20% or so, and they certainly can die faster if a lot of players leave at once, since they're not being fed any quick play players. But again, I'm sure many new players are just discovering community servers even existed, so bringing new players in will take time. He's still thinking in the long term. Little does he know that the long term does not benefit him. Frankly, It would certainly be nice for Valve to provide incentives of some kind for players to find and favorite a few community servers, not to mention play on them. It wouldn't need to be any kind of competitive award that could, and I'm sure would, be gamed by the bad apples out there, but providing incentive to spend more time on a community server of their choice would seem to be a simple addition. Frankly, quote-unquote casual mode could and should have been adapted to the to be community server exclusive. Preventing people from gaming the system would have been easy. Simply make ranking up server group specific. In other words, even if some bad apples would game the system and allow players to rank up faster somehow on their servers, those ranks would only be good on their servers and no others. That would both give players more incentive to play on community servers and encourage them to find a set of home servers to favorite. Even better, it would provide some great internal competition for our communities as well. I've never heard of this. E. Olsen, what saith the old wizard? He's still thinking in terms of the health of the community server by giving new players a home and trying to integrate it with a new system, aka making the best of a bad outcome right now. Even still, he's playing the long game. And he's thinking about internal competition, aka he's thinking about team play. He's thinking about the game play, as well as the health of... What This wisdom is not something I could ever find nowadays. Nobody has the foresight for this. I think if Valve simply looks at it from our perspective, we've spent the last 3+ years under the bus. Perhaps, if they really see value in the community servers, as it seems they still do, if only a little, then we need some additional assistance beyond simply a button in the UI. Maybe they already have something in mind, I don't know. But if so, I hope they can show a bit of sense of urgency with it. No. Frankly, casual mode could could and should have been adapted for community server exclusive. Oh, he's quoting E. Olson. Honestly, that's what I was hoping for, but realistically, I'm not sure that would happen. I actually thought what they were going to do was have a true 12v12 competitive mode by the time this was released and give casual completely to quick play community servers. So like Valve servers would have been competitive only and casual play would have been just community servers? Would that have even gone down well? I don't even know with the hindsight of how casual, affected the game. I think that should have been the way to go and, actually have abandonment penalties in 12v12 comp. Also, having a completely pointless yet very prominent XP system in casual was not the way to go. E. Olson seems like one of these, old heads that knows what he's saying. Scroll a bit up, you missed a few messages. Oh, I've not read MYM era emails. I went through mostly quick play stuff. Oof. The wizards were fighting the war as us mere peasants were flinging dung at one another. Yes, seriously. Matchmaking affecting comp would only have 100% been a better timeline. Yeah. MYM would have been so much better if it was so much better. So true. So true. I feel the XP system in casual was simply to retain users in Valve servers. There's no reason for having a casual ranking other than big boy show offy points. That's what we say now with the hindsight. Uh-oh. Give me one moment. Read this while I'm gone. Keep the door closed, by the way. The atmospheres are very different again. No, it's all good. I like it over there for right now. But just for right now. Okay. I'm back. I don't even need to wear these headphones anymore. Gee whiz. Benny was screwed over with comp community, was screwed over. Almost everything was screwed over. Apply that to all aspects of life and it finally makes sense. Yeah, seriously. The bigger problem overall with casual, especially after this update and especially how it's been nudged back towards a casual favor with the removal of penalties, is that it's in a mushy middle ground, mainly with the way it's presented. I mean, it always was even before the updates, but now it's definitely casual, presented in a competitive manner. And for people who want to have a somewhat competitive 12v12 match, but not 6s or even 9v9, almost always end up stuck in casual matches that have friendly heavies and first-time players, because the pool is just pretty dang small. Now I'm thinking the people who would rather have a competitive 12v12 are more inclined to leave than to try to search for a decent currently active community server. A strong conflicting mix of friendly players and new players versus people who actually want to play the game but not 6s is not pleasant. He also notates friendly in quotations, which implies there should be a standard that friendlies as a whole are hated. My hashtag is kill all friendlies. KAF. That'll be like a clan tag that I have one day. Make a video. Get a human face behind why we feel it's important and see where that goes. You poor fool. I agree, I think this needs a face behind it now. I'm happy to talk about why I totally stopped running TF2 servers. Before I had suggested a Steam group, but if we want persistent chat for those who are offline, I suggest we use Discord. Would this invite even work anymore? No. This server is gone. Long, long gone. Or the invite is just expired. TF2 app? Oh, it's been deleted. Robert Paulson. Is it just me, or was there literally zero benefit for community servers in this update? The only thing Valve did was rename Quick Play into Casual and completely blocked all community servers from participating in it. There was no real change. The reason why people saw a bunch of players in the first week was because casual mode was temporarily broken. Anyone remember this little gem? And this is a forwarding of perhaps you will get the attention you so desperately seek from Valve in the next update. Oh, wait, I can't open Twitter because it's doing that stupid thing. Oh, dear. Banny. I don't think these guys like Banny very much. Robert Paulson is, like, so based. E. Olsen, once more. I love E. Olsen. I love reading his stuff. He has such the best long... Dude, Mr. Olsen, I must find who this man is. While traffic is certainly down to our servers, it's not down 70+% as some other communities are reporting. But then again, only our servers that weren't Quick Play enabled are still filling up reliably every day. Our vanilla Quick Play servers are now ghost towns, so it's a mixed bag. We are seeing new players finding us with some pretty positive comments on our forums as well. However, none of our servers are as resilient to sudden drops in traffic as they used to be. Frankly, I think the whole casual mode game mode needs to be turned over to community servers entirely. Make the ranking up mechanic... Dude, had they done this from the start, we would have never gotten Skylar UGC, and it would have been so much better off. Make the ranking up mechanic community specific. So this is what he was talking about earlier. Ranks only apply to the server group they are earned on, and let Valve handle all the official competitive stuff. Probably won't happen, but I think it would strike a nice balance if it did. E. Olsen is trying to make the best of a bad situation. Dude, can we get, like, I don't know what you would get in the chat for respect to E. Olsen. Could we get an E? Could we get an E for E. Olsen? This absolute legend. I'm being such a cringe streamer right now, but, like, so we gotta pay tributes. We gotta pay tributes to the man. This is a mailing list. You could literally just email him. True. The KAF. Hashtag hostile TF2. Hashtag philosophical TF2. E for Olsen. E for Olsen. We should strive in his image. Yes, we should all learn from E. Olsen. I think the communities that are being most drastically affected by this so far are the smaller communities that relied entirely on quick play traffic combined with ad-supported servers. Unless you're one of the huge server groups with the dozens of servers in various locations, I suppose there's only 2 or 3 of those left, which I'm assuming he's one of because he's saying it's not nearly as bad for him yet. I doubt the current UI or server browser is going to support that model going forward. What will really be interesting is if the MOTD ad companies will be actually a viable business for very long after this. Let's face it, Quick Play drove their business model, and without it automatically feeding them players or ad impressions, I'm sure their overall revenue has already taken a big hit. In fact, that in itself could start a bit of feedback loop. If their traffic ad impressions drop too far, I wonder how long they'll be able to stay in business. If they go out of business, how long will the major server groups be able to continue operations? Heck, for that matter, how many community servers as a whole would be left standing? There's a ton of things Valve could do to increase interest in community servers again. I still consider this a first step, placing us back on the UI, and removing the 5,000 plus Valve servers from the browser is definitely a big step forward. A few more things I'd like to see. Casual mode turned over to community servers as it should be. Daily, weekly highlighting of non-official community maps in the UI, and a button to search for servers hosting them. Community-specific leaderboards to highlight the competitive ranks of our members only. A new idiot-proof and stable map editor that just about anyone could use. Like a new hammer? Better bots with all game modes supported. MVM servers moved to their own tab in the server browser, a simple change to unclutter the browser. Just a few of the many ideas we've discussed over the years. I'm sure you folks have a lot more. Does he know? This feels like a cruel joke. This feels like one big cruel joke. I don't... The biggest of E's for Mr. E. Yeah. Holy cow. I mean... Does Valve want to increase interest is the thing. Want in quotations. This is what I was thinking of too. I was going to say this before I kept reading, but does Valve want to increase interest is the thing. From what I've gathered, plus input I've gotten, it seems like a no. Apparently a lot of the TF2 team is against community servers, so we've been pushed aside from the get-go. That's part of why I think we need to do the task of trying to generate interest. Try to advertise ourselves and highlight the best parts of community servers. In the Discord I linked, I proposed adding map makers and mod makers into a presentation to highlight what the return is from having community servers as a testing ground for all sorts of ideas and toys. So, Rodahelicon? Rodahelicon? I don't know how to say that name, but like, he's saying that Valve has already abandoned them because they're too compy, I guess, or like there was establishment for that even before, and that they should be generating interest to the larger internet where the fan base is, whereas E. Olsen is still holding out hope in the principle he outlined. It shouldn't be an us versus them. We could be helping them make TF2 a better game. Hosting TF2 should be a partnership between Valve and the rest of us that has been there for them. He's still holding on to his principle of honor because, let's be real, why wouldn't he? Sorry, I misclicked something. Okay, I'm gonna go consume food. Aw, farewell. Farewell, Torrid. I didn't know you were a second person like that. Oh, man. This update may not kill your servers right away because it is still summer vacation. Right now, there is a shakeup in community servers with some communities closing and a few players favoriting your server when casual mode wasn't working properly for a week. But as you have noticed yourself, servers now seem to be prone to suddenly emptying out. When summer vacation ends, people will not so easily refill your server, and those new players won't last forever. It is now impossible to compete with Valve on vanilla servers, now that people can only get ranked on them. Oh, he's talking to Olsen. Trying to hype up community servers won't do anything. Oh, he's also talking to the other guy. Half of the community server owners here hate the other half, as you can see by Mr. Olsen here, who never fails to falsely suggest that servers with ads are the cause of every community killing update. Uh-oh. Community servers used to have the most of the players now, but now we are a small minority due to years of being locked out of traffic, so trying to get the TF team to panic by sheer number of complaints is impossible. It is up to the TF team to realize that they cannot copy Overwatch and CSGO to succeed. They had strong community servers, and now they are throwing the last of them away and doing a bait and switch on people that bought the game to play or host their own servers. Olsen's right and Paulson's right at the same time, in different factors. And you can hold both rules in your head at the same time. Oh no, not you. Philip Vector. Oh, and there's no system to misreport tags. Oh, dear. They're scrambling. How will this be any different from GameTracker.com? It seems like people... What the heck? How long does this go on for? This could go on for another, like, week. I would be interested in a website for searching TF2 servers and games. I have no strong feelings about ads as long as they don't interrupt gameplay, and I enjoy playing on custom maps, but not so much the crazy deathmatch or social maps servers. Oh, ICS, what hast thou to say? I don't see the point in casual mode recording stats at all. If it doesn't matter if you win or lose, then those stats are meaningless, and people that want to play casually usually don't even want to have their badness recorded. What the TF2 team should have done was just leave quick play in and open it to community servers. They could even still give people a rank based on playtime, which could be checked client-side by passing the servers. As everyone said already, making another server browser isn't going to persuade the one-click play button players. As long as Valve is offering a feature like that, the only way to complete is to also have a one-click play button for community servers. Paulson knows what he's talking about, yeah. He, like Olsen, thinks in the long game, and he's thinking about it in terms of how can we get the appeal of players back. Poor E. He is still holding on to an honor system that is no longer held by Valve. I just... If this isn't, like, the biggest black pill with the hindsight of what comes after all this, I don't know what is, to be honest. Idle time featuring Military Snake. Ha! I don't think you guys would want to have me on. Zesty Jesus doesn't like me. I don't think. Although I would love to talk with you and Casual TF2, because I watched more Casual TF2 videos and I love his stuff. I really do. I understand why you recommended him to me. I would love to talk to you guys, and I would love to talk to Zesty too, but honestly, I think the very fact I'm making a sniper video kind of makes it a bit fundamentally difficult to speak with him, or at least I think we would find ourselves at odds. But I mean, if an agreement could be made, then sure, like I'll gladly come on, I guess. Unless you're referring to this stream just being idle time, like my idle time, because that is kind of what it is now. Casual is a genius. Yeah, he is. He really seems to be. Very insightful fellow. Very insightful videos, yeah. TF2, the untold story of matchmaking. Yeah, seriously. This is the end. Real quote from Vegeta. The more you learn, the angrier you get. Yeah. It's not even angry, it's just disillusioned. Because, like, I'm not angry anymore as much as I am, like, just sitting in shock. Like, this is going to take the rest of the day to process that there was a Vanguard at one point that, like, let's be honest, even the attention to the vague history that people like Zesty have given, and even people like Torrid have given, what they tried to do for us is still a thankless role. They have not received the credit they deserve. you know? People like Paulson and Olsen, you know? Overwatch's success got over to their head, yeah, kind of. It's rattling, honestly. It's really rattling, because, you know, what do you... What's the lesson? What's the lesson to take from all this? We gotta glaze you, not them. I don't know what that means. I have not done anything glaze-worthy. Let's be so honest with ourselves. It's like the same feeling of reading last messages of someone who's about to die or something. Final 9/11 audio call before a beloved figure's death. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier with like how this is like what Torrid said about like reading an old like log or manuscript in a video game, or like learning about the Chernobyl fallout as it's happening or something. It's like, holy cow. Like, what do you... And then I'm still thinking about, like, what's the takeaway from all this? What do you learn? Right? I feel like every time I join your live, you're questioning life. Maybe a little bit. TF2's 9/11. Yeah, but it's like there's so much build up to it. It's more like a Chernobyl incident, right? Because quick play, according to all these logs, right, if they're to be taken at face value, these logs, essentially, quick play is the stoking of the reactor in an irresponsible fashion that slowly brewed into Meet Your Match, which is the explosion, and then Jungle Inferno onward is sort of the fallout of that, where people die by the hundreds of thousands due to the cancer that all of that covered, and the city of Pripyat is still radiated to this day, you know? It's more like a Chernobyl than a 9/11, I'm going to be honest with you. I wonder what would happen if you gave this information to those TF2 YouTube channels that document TF2's history, because I swear they've never gone over this stuff before. Yeah, I have no idea. Again, I am blessed, to be honest, because that's how lucky I am. I am blessed that Torrid and I are in talks, because he's the only person I know who would have had the wherewithal to send this stuff to me. Thank you, by the way. Did you sleep better? Or... Oh, really? So with the TV shutting off, no pillow, no new pillow. Okay. Fascinating. Like you look refreshed, you look better in your face. Yes, I know the... Okay. Yeah, you look better. Also, did it help that there wasn't an alarm? I was able to turn the alarm off, like, and get out of bed without waking you up. Like, you didn't... Oh, you did? Aw, dang it! You didn't move. I thought I had successfully gotten out. Man... Is that good to have first thing in the morning? Could I have a sip? I need a drink. That's good.
You can have more. It's Coke Zero.
Oh, that's good. Sorry, my wife got like a large Coke Zero from a restaurant yesterday, and we put it in the fridge. I'm just generalizing. That is good.
It is for both of us.
Okay. I was thinking I could talk about it in the video I'm working on, but I probably couldn't give it the airtime it's worth. The video is already way too long and taken too long to make. Yeah, no, just make the video you need to make. Honestly, this seems like the sort of thing that should be a collaborative effort to sort of gather all the information properly about and then make. Like to put it in a weird way, I know what video I'm making now after the sniper video. Because like I said earlier, like, the reason I wanted to quit TF2 videos is... Like, it's that I am only interested in having conversations about the things that matter, like genuinely like matter, capital M. And it's like, this is the sort of thing that capital M matters. I know you don't have the context for this, but this is the sort of thing that matters after the sniper video. It really is the Roman Empire and its folly. Yeah. Trillions were lost compared to the billions. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. What we were discussing is something Torrid sent me. This is a mailing list archive of community server hosters talking about the system that supposedly was supposed to help them out, that Valve implemented, actually making it worse, And then by the time casual got
2014?
introduced,
Wow.
yeah, this is an archive of like the mailing list that people that, like as far back as 2011, there were Valve developers talking to them, saying we're trying to make this system for Valve servers to be on an equal footing with community servers. Because all these community server hosters understand that the way TF2's longevity exists is through people finding a community that they like and staying with the game long term because they have a home base, right?
Yeah.
Casual destroyed that, but Quick Play apparently was already destroying that because of the option that was updated in early 2014 where Quick Play defaults to Valve-only servers in its search queue. So on top of the game being free to play since 2011, you now have noobs that only understand the game through Valve servers, which is essentially what you experience through casual, which is no team play and just individual play because the heck of it. And they considered community servers pub stomp servers because those servers all had cultures of team play and cohesion.
It's like survivor bias.
Survivorship bias?
Yeah, it's like this. It's not the exact same thing because they didn't survive anything, but it is basically the exact same thing as, well, I did this back in my day.
Kind of. Well, I guess you would call that a recency bias, right? Or like just a bias in general. But like it's just fascinating because all of this, you've never seen this stuff before. This is the email correspondence between server hosters talking about, okay, how do we keep the game going?
Yeah.
And like they're talking about like trying to make the best of this bad situation that they've got, or like what Quick Play should have done, and then like what casual should have done once it was implemented, and like all of their stuff got ignored, and eventually every single one of these people are no longer with the game anymore because all of their servers are gone. It is shocking. Man, y'all act like the world gonna end just because of this. It's already ended. I'm just discovering how. It's hyperbole, yeah. Yes, all those cool emojis. Yeah, it's like, this deserves a video of its own, Richter. That, like, honestly, between you, me, and Torred...
Hello, Richter.
My wife says, hello, Richter. Like, between you, me, and Torred, with, like, the research that Torred has done, and, like, my passion, at least, in writing all of this down, and, like, Torred and I guarantee, like, even if you don't have the time to spare for a video like this, which I totally understand, but, like, open offer to collaboration, because I am going to convince Torred, if he's back at all. If he's back, Torred, if you're back, I am going to convince you. You and I, we're going to make a video together discussing all of this. We're going to collaborate on this. This is the cool new big thing. And I say that with no hyperbole. This is the thing that should have all the attention drawn to it. Is that, because what it essentially is, darling, is that, like, all of this illustrates to me, like, nobody understands how much worse it was at a point. Like, people want Quick Play from 2014 compared to casual, but back in 2014, people were like, why is the system not benefiting community servers? Why are you not benefiting the system that keeps people long-term playing your game and that keeps new players invested in the game instead of just, oh, that was nice, but then they leave? Right? Because even when Quick Play was introduced, people were starting to see a decline in popularity on their servers and on the game as a whole, because Valve servers didn't incentivize people to stick around. It was noob land, and so there's no reason. And that's why you get pub-stomping players that come from community servers, go to Valve servers, thrash people, especially if they're in like a team of 2 or 3 at a time, and then people are like, oh, unbalanced matches. Well, you're playing in noob land. It broadens my perspective to the context of everything. To such an extent that, like, the Team Fortress 2 that I'm reading about isn't even the same game. Not even close. Just make a game at this point. I mean, I should, yeah, right? I've always wanted... for a while now, I've wanted to make a class-based shooter, like, because I've been very inspired by Team Fortress's formula. I just don't know really where to start. So, shout out to the people that archive stuff. Yeah, seriously, shout out to this mail archive site. This mailarchive.com. I'd be happy to share the information however is effective. This is a lot of history I didn't know either. Making Godot? Maybe. I've always been attracted to the idea of building my own engine, though. I don't know why. I know it's not the most convenient option, but I like knowing my game from the ground up rather than building off of a template like the TF2 SDK or some other engine. I know that's hard, but it doesn't matter, really. I think it's worth the effort in the long run. The arc of history is long, but I think with time, Snake, you'll see more and more why Gold Rush is mechanically what it is. Yeah, no kidding. I am so much more Gold Rush pilled now than ever before. I keep saying that every time you show up in my streams. There's just more and more radicalization. Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining at all. I like this. It's worth having, honestly, you know? My camera readout keeps glitching every time I look up at it. Is my camera glitching at all for you folks? Oh. Don't touch it. It's the class update model Robin promised with a cap put on it, trying to finalize the state of affairs in a manageable way, tourniquet and stop the bleeding. As far as Team Fortress source mods go, especially in regards to like historical callbacks, or I guess that's not what it's supposed to be, right? But it's kind of what it is. That's not much better ways to do it, honestly. Not much better ways to do it. What even happened? I don't understand. Oh, it's the research going into the culture of the game and how it's changed has revealed that the way Team Fortress 2's community server system tended to work. No, you're good. Making breakfast over here. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. It reveals that the community outlook on the game was so radically different because the culture of the game was so much different than what we've got now. It's honestly a completely different game. Really, that's what it is. It has shaken me to my core. Now I want to host servers on Gold Rush. Oh. I misspelled desperate again. It's desperate, not desperate. All I know is I can still join a trade server. Now, people in general was used to be different back then, not just TF2. That goes without saying, though, so... yeah. I don't know why you would settle for something as lowly as a trade server, though. That's very sad. When you could strive for so much better. Unless that's, you know, not what you want, but I don't know why you wouldn't want that. It's so I can snipe, bro. Fair enough, I guess. But, still. You should be actually playing the game. You should not be milling about. That's not playing the game. That smells good already, honey. Breakfast smells good already.
Oh, it's just breakfast sausage.
Yeah, well, it still smells good. Team trading. Eat it on stream. But I want to sit down and eat breakfast with my wife. They want me to eat breakfast on stream.
That's okay. I need to finish work.
Oh, yeah, you do have to, yeah.
I already had a bit, so I'm putting it back towards you so we get an equal amount.
Oh, okay. I want to see you eat it. Why do people want to see me eat?
It's gonna be breakfast tacos.
Breakfast tacos, yes indeed.
ASMR mukbang.
Cringe. I think you missed my message earlier saying this, Snake, but it should be really easy to host a stock-only server in Gold Rush when the update drops. Steam Network will be taken more heavy advantage of, too. Splendid. I'm very excited. Yeah, because I want to host... Honestly, what I've always wanted is to just get back to the days of Nailgun World and to, like, have something, you know, to call home again, because Pre-Fortress will not be a home anymore. And it's Gold Rush seems to be the next place to go, you know. Stock only server would be cool, but I also want to do like other experimental things, because I want to do what Nailgun World did, where they have a standard server and then an experimental server at the same time. I don't know if that's ever possible. I know I could do it for free, but it just depends on the hardware I have. But it would be like, you'd have a standard server, but then I'd also have other experimental stuff like stock only with proximity chat, which would be sick. You know, that'd be fun. A trade-based source mod for TF2 would be an interesting concept. That'd be strange. I don't know how you would do that without pre-establishing a microeconomy. Dun 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 kablooey. Thank you, Real Demo Men, for joining the chat. Also, Hannah, one of the chatters, RN with Caitlin, says, hello, Mrs. Snake. Mrs. the full word. Mrs. Snake, that's what you are now. Mrs. Snake. Oh. Let's say we got old TF2 back. How do we get old Snake back? What do you mean, old Snake?
Old Snake would mean his hair is shorter, and I won't allow it.
That would be really funny.
That is what old Snake means. It means your hair is shorter. That can't happen.
I've had this hair relatively this length for longer than I've known you.
I know, but you can't.
No cutting it?
No.
All right.
Unless it's by the one lady you don't trim.
Yeah, but that's just a trim up. That's not an actual, like,
Yeah, no.
If I ever had to bzzzt it, it better be for, like, the best reason possible.
You better be, like, saving my life or something.
It'd be very hard to grow back at that point. I feel like I could, but it'd be difficult to go through all of that again. TF2, the card game. Microeconomy, but with weapon parts to build your own weapons. That'd be funny. We need hair to cover his forehead anyway, bro. Man, shut up! My forehead's a perfectly average size. Is it big? Is it a bigger forehead than average?
I cannot confirm nor deny anything being said. I will
Sure.
not have any opinion
Sure.
on the matter.
Sure. I blame my parents. We use a time machine to go back in time and stop Metal Gear Solid 4 from ever being made. That sounds fair. It's like the sun. Man, shove off. That is kind of funny, though. It's like the one place where acne is still remaining on anywhere on my body. It's really annoying. I just have to get out in the sun more, and it'll be fine. Yeah, anyways, script, right? I was supposed to be writing a script. Better than Banny. Why is it more red than in other parts? Because I'm still young enough to have acne. That's why. Stop asking such personal questions. Oh, Richter says, you know what I'm really curious about Snake and Mrs. Snake. So he needs your opinion as well. The fact that TF2's Capture the Flag briefly functioned like Halo's Capture the Flag. Picking up the flag meant picking it up as a melee weapon, inhibiting combat.
But that makes
So you could, like,
sense
punch people?
if it's like a
In pre-release,
metal
I mean.
briefcase, I'm sure you could. Like,
You could throw it at somebody and, like, break their face.
It would have been awesome if it, like, because on, like, the spy movies, you see them use the briefcase to, like, stop stabbing.
Oh, yeah, to, like,
attacks.
shield them from bullets or
Yeah,
something.
that would be awesome.
Well, the spy movies is what TF2's art style is more or less based around too, right? So that would fit even more, right? That would actually encourage even more team play than people think the game mode already has, because the guy, you can only deflect or just whack with the briefcase or the flag or whatever, and so you need the team around you to sort of protect and guard you, right? To be the combat for you. That would be cool. I am all down for amplifying team play to that extent. That sounds awesome. Although I do know the only thing I've ever come close to that in any Team Fortress medium is that in Pre-Fortress 2, when you pick up the flag in a lot of servers, your running speed is cut in half regardless of the class you're playing as. So if somehow you're a heavy and you pick up the flag, you are crawling essentially to the extent that like Sniper does when he's charging a shot. So it's always best to have Scout running the flag out because he's the only one that can move to any degree of reasonable speed. And yeah, he can still shoot people, but he's much more of a sitting duck. And grenade jumping has like half of its effectiveness because your movement speed is cut in half. And grenade jumping doesn't ignore that speed decrease. So like you could have somebody guarding the Scout or the Spy as they're running the flag out. Still though, a melee only essentially as flag carrying and using the flag as some kind of protection would be interesting. I admit, I have to play Halo Capture the Flag still. I haven't properly played Halo because I don't want to play the Master Chief Collection. Yeah, Torred, you missed a lot. I've already decided you and I are collaborating on a video surrounding this very subject that I've been doing for the last 2 hours. And Mrs. Snake is here. She woke up. And you and I are going to make a video after the sniper video is done. And that's just how it's going to be. This is the next big project. This is the next thing that is important enough to make a video on. And I need your help because you turned me on this research. So I need your help with it. Because really, this should be your video.
Seasoned salt.
Seasoned salt!
Sorry.
No, you're good. The team play escorting. Yeah. And remember 2007 2-4, it had almost no pickups. You had to do teamwork. Dude, that sounds great. That sounds amazing, man.
Imagine the sentence being you have to do teamwork.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine telling someone with team in the name of the game? Oh, teamwork. This is what I mean, man. This is especially like interesting too. Like it's what I was talking about earlier with the community server thing. Is like nowadays, not even present day community servers are like hold a candle to the culture that they're talking about in their old community servers, right? Because again, the session I had recently on that Zesty Jesus server where this guy would not shut up about Hydro being weird, which yeah, it is, but also shut up. Your team is getting stomped in. Help your team. And then like we vote scrambled and it didn't do anything. He was still dragging his team down. And then we went to CTF well and he's like, oh, capture the flag's a bad game mode because it's just one guy carrying the flag and the other team don't do anything. And there's no way to defend if he gets the flag. And he would not shut up the whole time. I will say it again. He made Lucid's video look smart because he's probably the kind of person that likes that video. So terrible. So terrible. Does Mrs. Snake have a preferred name beyond Mrs. Snake? Asks Richter. Do you have a preferred name beyond Mrs. Snake?
Am I allowed to say my real name? Just the first name. Were you okay with that?
Not really. I don't share my name like unless it's private. Should you just be referred to as Littlefoot?
Yeah, cause when I play TF2, I call myself. My name is Littlefoot, like the Land Before Time
Dinosaur.
Yeah, the little dude.
Littlefoot.
It was a nickname given to me when I was doing kickboxing by like this bigger guy.
Your coach.
Like, yeah, well, not my coach. He was just.
This is her profile picture. Is this image without the meme on it? Without the words on it.
He was a big trucker dude, and he like took me under his beefy arm wing. I don't know. And then he's like,
"Don't make it weird."
Okay, Littlefoot, not like that. And he's like, "Okay, Littlefoot." I'm like, "Why you call me Littlefoot?" He's like, "Cause Littlefoot never gave up." I was like,
"Ooh."
He said he could call that. Yeah, me too. I actually have a VHS of it.
Yeah.
He got me on.
It was my wedding present to her. Little Scoot. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Snake or Littlefoot, I guess, would be the appropriate name.
Mrs. Snake is fun.
Mrs. Snake is fun?
Yes.
I mean, you've got Snake Jr. now, right?
Yes, you do.
You had a Snake Jr. Am I gonna be held at gunpoint? Yeah, you are, Torrid. You don't got a choice. This is the next cool, awesome thing. Although I guess it's not cool and awesome. It really is sad and depressing. But this is the thing that actually provides substance to any conversation, even if it doesn't get very popular. We just got to get the information out there. And because you have done all the research, you need the equal credit. So it might as well just be you and me making the video together and writing the scripts. Besides, your brain is developed enough to where you also write incredible scripts. And I think our combined forces could make something. I don't know. I sound way too sleazy now. Torrid, Richter, and Snake are the true team. Ha! Maybe. Get that guy on stream and podcast. You should podcast, bro. I do technically have one on the second channel, but I haven't done a new episode on it in a long time. Land Before Time mentioned. Yeah, haven't watched the rest of the movie. Little Snake the Snake Jr. You should podcast. Oh! Sir! Sir, you are too kind again. Richter Overtime with the $5.
Okay, I was like, did you do it again?
I wish I could support more, but I really ought not to. 1 year of no uploads is not good for ad rev. Yeah, no, I totally get it. You get that video out, man. Make yourself some money. I know you've got a life to take care of. Come on. After the video, though, and Snake, you're a good streamer. Well, thanks. I didn't think I'd ever wind up being a streamer, but I'm glad I'm glad you think that I am. I appreciate the support. I really do. This, once more, goes to the Prenatal Care Foundation, run by Snake and Snake Wife. He will donate more when he will be richer over time. That is funny. He will donate more when he becomes richer over time. First donation of Military Snake? No, actually, this is not the first donation, nor is it Richter's first donation to me. But thank you so much, man. You're the best. You really are the best. Richer over time. After hours, Richer is beyond broke. Man, the puns you can make with this is crazy. Anyways, thank you so much, Richter, for the 5. That really means the world to me. Like last time, it really does. Warms my cold black heart, as my dad always said. I guess I have a pretty good outro filled out. Now the hard part is just writing it, right? I actually thought that was Richter's name when I first saw it. Richer Overtime. Yeah, I remember thinking that too. Come back when you're a little, richer. He gave you Popeye's money? Biscuit money? Is breakfast ready? Almost, okay. Sorry, I just want to know. I guess I have to eat on stream now per the demand of 3 people. Oh no! People want to see more of me? Coke Zero money, yeah. He gave me money for another Coke Zero to satisfy my wife's pregnancy cravings. I'll probably get you another bag of pretzels and some hummus.
Oh my gosh, if you could get me... No, I can make it myself. Just get me pretzels
Uh-huh.
that are able... Like, not fancy ones, just the regular, like, circular ones that you just get in a regular bag.
Mm-hmm.
Get me one of those, because I can make, out of coconut oil, melted chocolate, I can dip them in the chocolate and have a sweet and salty heaven.
Alright.
Been thinking about that.
You would probably use your chocolate sauce too, right?
No, just chocolate chips and coconut oil.
Half-Life 2, Gmod, TF2. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough Steam wallet funds. As long as there's enough money in your Steam wallet. I mean... No, it's all good. I don't need it. Stream wakes me up because I get to talk to people and it just turns my brain on. Thank you all so much for sticking around as long as you have too. A pretty consistent, like, 6 to 8 viewers is really nice. Good editing effects, good frame rate. You want it? Hey, the frame rate will be just fine. It'll be 60 frames for the parts that need it. As long as you have enough gift cards. Alright. Well, this will be a heck of an outro. This is going to be another hour to the video. Oy, oy, oy. I forgot this was all supposed to support the point that there's a cultural divide that didn't exist back in the day in regards to Sniper, because the expectation was that you would just get better and also play with the team. And, like, what Torred initially sent me does point to that. The email that he mentioned to me on the last stream, which talks about how there is a reason some of the new players have taken to calling community servers pub stomp servers. It's because community servers are where they first come up against actual cohesive teamwork, and they're used to a bunch of random players just doing their own thing. That kind of culture that Valve servers produce breeds the sentiment that that Sniper's overpowered, because he doesn't let other people do their own thing, as no class really does in their own element, if you think about it. Which my video points out. And then it just became a rabbit hole of like, holy cow, TF2 Chernobyl in real time. You're like watching the countdown, right? One text appears per forever. Look, man, I don't have a good graphics card. I don't know what to tell you. I'm making the best of a bad situation. As long as it's all still images, you'll never notice. And besides, a lot of it, too, is like the conceptual stuff that background gameplay footage over wouldn't really elaborate on. Especially a lot of the earlier chapters are just far more supporting of the philosophy behind it. Excuse me. Snake, if you want to get super triggered, you should watch the Uncle Dane video about how teamwork is a lie in TF2. Makes me major rage in my own way. You got to get a job. I have a job. I actually have 3. So screw you. YouTube, Uncle Dane. Look, I'm doing the best I can to support a wife and kids here, alright? Uncle Dane. More like Uncle Bane of my existence. I'm pretty sure I actually watched it back when it was first released. Teamwork is an illusion. Ah, I do have a watch bar on this, yeah. Why do I like this? Oh my gosh. I disavow my former self that liked this video. What the frick? I did not know any better. You know what? I watched this back in the time when I still thought that every TF2 YouTuber was meant to be listened to, because if they had the popularity, why would they lie? Because people wouldn't subscribe to liars. Little did I know, and then I learned better. Took a fair bit, though. I was young and dumb. I don't want to watch this by myself. Oh. He doesn't need a job. He needs more Popeye's money. Now pay up. Way to go, Richter. Thanks for being the encouragement. Even COD, there's still teamwork. Yeah, I know, right? And that game is like brain rotted, right? I guess what you would call brain rotted, right? I don't want to watch this by myself. I'd rather watch this with you in voice chat, Richter. I don't want to do this.
Your team is
Oh, go back. Let me enable. Okay, desktop audio. I have shamelessly watched this the week of last. Oh dear. Or skip your lame intro.
When I play Team Fortress 2, it always
Oop.
goes like this. Me and 11 other people from around the world band together and coordinate a tactical move in order to achieve victory against the opposing teams.
Now the internet is taking a dump. Oh. Donku.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want me to eat with you? Because I can, like, take a break and just sit and eat.
No, I have to make my own stuff.
Oh, right.
I have to assemble my stuff now.
Right. The cheeseless stuff. Damn, that look good. Yes, it does. Look at that. Look at that. These are my breakfast tacos. You will not watch the Angle Dan video. Angle Dan video? That's funny. So what do we got? We got breakfast sausage, eggs, cheese, and did you throw in the green salsa for, like, the flavor punch?
No.
Oh, okay. So it's just eggs, cheese, and sausage?
Yeah. Did you want the green salsa?
Maybe.
You want salsa?
No. Just a tiny little bit for the flavor punch.
What?
Just a tiny bit.
What?
Shh.
You're not gonna be shush about this.
Shush.
This is insane.
Shush! Someone gets hit by a car, you give them that, they live for another hour. Thank you.
I think this is what you meant, right?
Yeah. About there, yeah. The chef is offended. No, she's offended that I typically don't like salsa.
He doesn't like spicy food, so he never wants salsa. So when he says, "Ooh, I want salsa," I am genuinely surprised. I got him to like coffee
I don't know how.
and chai.
I
and
hate
sushi.
coffee. And unless it's from her.
The chef is open.
Yeah. Uncle Dan, the Sentry Man. Yeah. That's what Uncle Dane is. Wow, you guys actually make breakfast? Yeah, we don't like eating plastic food. We try to minimize that as much as possible, which I know is ironic considering that we're drinking Coke Zero as well, but there was a craving that needed to be satisfied. You're biased! Yeah, hey!
Oh, my brain forgot it was on. I'm so sorry. I was moving the ventilator for the
No, you're good. Now I just... Oh, shoot.
stupid brain. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry, guys.
You're good, you're good.
I blame pregnancy brain.
I waffled my eggs. Nice. Uncle Dane visited Valve once. Yeah, I don't even know how. Get Rick the man in here. Justice is served. Dane could maybe explain the bane of this video's existence. Wait, can I give you a link for a more interesting video? It's relevant to your favorite mapper, Dario Casali and TF2. Well, I promise it's fun. Oh, come on. I don't want to hear Dario again. Okay, sure. Give me the video. Give me the video. Send it my way. I'll take it. If you're sending it over Discord, I have made the stream so that it doesn't see any of our messages. Dario Casali, famous for saying Sniper is the biggest pain of making a map because you have a fun map and then you remember Sniper's in the game and you have to redesign the whole map around it. Idiot! Idiot! X3 builds a teleporter cliff exit near cliff edge, yeah. You should call Rick, we want to hear him. Only if he has the time, but he doesn't need to... Oh, hey, look at that. 7 concurrent viewers, 7 chat rate, and 77 views. We've got a holy stream going right now. It's not Dario. Hold up. Let me grab the link. It's a Star video from 2014, which shows the true state of the community back then. The comments especially. He talks about Dario's game mode. The all-time peak. 777 jackpot. Ding, ding. Yep. 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 Dumb title. Don't you have to design the map so that every class can do their thing? Yeah, that's what I said! And he's all like, oh, and then you remember Sniper existed, you have to redesign the map because he doesn't make the map you designed very fun anymore. It's like, oh, I'm sorry that the game has 9 classes of varying ranges that have to be designed around at base. I'm sorry that your brain is so mush that you forget. This is the guy that made Dust Bowl, right? Is that the guy that made Dust Bowl? Come on, man. You know better.
Are you actually gonna eat?
I am gonna eat, I promise. You know what? Yeah, while I wait for Richter to send me the link, I'll just start eating. Give you thanks for all the benefits. Almighty God, who lives in the surrounding me, the souls of the faithful departed through the mercy of God, our Saint Anne, Saint Lawrence, Saint Jesse, pray for us. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God bless the cook. All right, I'm gonna use the scent. Yes, he made Dust Bowl, but only in TFC. The TF2 one is a different mapper. Ah, okay. That was a speed run. Yeah, sorry. I do pray a little fast. I do admittedly pray a little fast. TF2, The Grinch talks Smismus. Uh-oh. It's actually really funny. All right, let's see. Let's copy the link. Get it over in here. Open display capture. All right, I am going to... Oh, it's an unlisted video. If you don't like this video, that's because it's in early access. It'll be better later. Oh, so he re-uploaded? Oh, Gabber commented 2 years ago when this video is from 2014. They hated him because he told them the truth.
Jesus reference.
It is a meme because it comes from like some kid's coloring book or something, or some like comic panel about the Pharisees calling Jesus like stupid or something. All right, I'm gonna watch this video while I eat.
Hey guys, everybody, Star here. What's up? We've got this Team Fortress 2 holiday update, Smismus, and in the theme of Smismus, I'm pretty sure this makes me the Grinch, because apparently I don't like anything. This update is bizarre, weird, I don't really understand any aspect of it. I could go into excruciating detail, but I don't think people want to hear that. I've always been told by, I don't know if he's even said it, but if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it. Just be a nice person. And I mean, I have to make a video on this.
Oh, the
If I
old
make
panic
a
attack.
Christmas
Nice.
Update video, people are probably gonna beat me to death. So that's something I'm a little bit worried about. But at the same time, like
Old panic
like I was
attack. Best
saying,
panic attack.
the people that want me to make this video don't want to hear the negative things that I have to say about the update itself. It's kind of a shitty situation. One that I find myself in more and more now, because I mean, if you've been paying any bit of attention, it's probably kind of obvious that my interest in TF2 has been waning. So even then, any negative things I could say about this update are kind of from the perspective of like, I've been playing this for like 6 years, I'm kind of getting tired of it, and to be honest, I'm really just waiting for Overwatch to come out. I have my fingers crossed that Overwatch is going to be awesome, and my expectations they're level-headed, but I have a lot of excitement going for that. Looking forward to something new and fresh, and though this update may include a game mode that's kind of new and fresh, it's also bizarre and not really fun, and it doesn't make any sense on any level. We're talking
What a hit!
about the manpower aspect of the update. The whole new game mode, my radiator's like really loud. It's like not.
What?
These taste better than last time. I don't know why.
It might be because the sausage is more evenly cooked. There's a nice bit of crisp on it, but it's not burnt, and it's really good on the inside. Also, the eggs are really good. Did you cook them in the grease from the sausage?
Yeah, I always do that. I use seasoned
Okay.
salt instead too. Put some pepper in there.
It might be the seasoned salt then, yeah.
Not fun to make videos. My radiator won't shut up. I spent a bunch of time playing the game mode and really tried to decide what was the optimal strategy. What was the game mode expecting me to do? Like, if I wanted to
How did
as
he
good
lose
as
that
I could
fight?
do, what were the
Bruh.
things I have to do in order to achieve that? And what I found was, number one, play pyro. When you have a grappling hook and you can speed towards your enemy with a flamethrower, that's it's a pretty big bonus. But the next big bonus, the really kind of main thing here of this one life, is this power-up I'm about to pick up from this spy. This batarang that drops on the ground is a vampire power-up. You can have one power-up at a time. There's a whole bunch of them on the map. There isn't enough for everybody, though, and you can only, hold one at a time. And fortunately for me, the vampire power-up is just...
This is terrible to watch because manpower.
That's why it's called pyro. Because what it does is it gives you 40% increased health. And then it reduces damage you take by 25%. You need it both. And then, whenever you hurt somebody, it heals you. It just turns you into a god. There's nothing anyone can do to hurt me. Because I can light several people on fire, and every time they tick for fire damage, it heals me, no matter where they are on the map. So just walk forward at somebody with a flamethrower and heal forever. And I put myself into a whole bunch of dumb, shitty situations because I'm just like, I don't think I can die. I kind of want to see how aggressive I can be with this and how someone can actually even kill me. So that's the first part. You have these ridiculous power-ups scattered around the map, dropping from people left and right. And the game mode recommends that this is for expert players, which is... I can't support that. This game mode is the most casual thing ever added to Team Fortress 2 besides...
Yeah, if anything, this is like TF2's brain rot game mode. Expert players, my eye.
like maybe hacks. Even Man vs. Machine, which was a game mode designed to buddy up with your friends and kill AI bots, was still kind of difficult. There was coordination required. There's a whole meta for what you do in MVM on how to beat harder missions. This is just people are flying everywhere. They have these
Puff and
random
sting, puff and
super
sting.
god power-ups. I'm wondering if power-ups counter power-ups, and that's where the expert part comes in, but there's too much stuff going on to make any sense of it.
He should have died like 8 different times there. What the heck?
The maps are widened up, and the skyboxes are bigger, so you can climb to all these bizarre places, break the map. You can have sentries in the sky because it's unpolished beta, and you're probably saying, like, oh, the vampire mode's probably broken because it's an unpolished beta, but aren't you just a little bit annoyed, too, that the big Smithmas update is an unpolished beta? Isn't that enough? On a whole different topic, it even makes me wonder,
Yes,
like,
the answer is
why
yes.
wasn't this combined with
Without
Defense of the Line?
question,
So many people have a problem with
objectively.
Defense of the Line. It was supposed to be this community update, and Valve wants people to create these community updates in the future, so why not combine them both and have like a really good impact and work together with people in the community? Valve, you could do it. I believe in you. One day we'll get there. hopefully before Overwatch comes out, because then again, I got my pigs in that barrel. Not too many of them fit in there, but they're there. But so, Valve, you want feedback on this game mode? You say in the blog post that we're listening for feedback. Trust us. Just post it somewhere and we'll read it. Here's the feedback. It's an incoherent message. It's a complete blob. I don't understand what the goal is. The major thing you guys have left out is, why are you making this? Who is this for? Is it for expert players? Because there's no freaking way. I don't buy that. Unless you're taking it from the point of view that expert players are, old, veteran, experienced TF2 players, because those guys just like to conga and do stupid shit. If those guys are the experts, then it completely makes sense why everyone was connecting together with grappling hooks and beehiving around the map in this weird mass. 10 minutes of grappling hook, we're bored of it, we do dumb shit now. If that's the case, then yeah, this is for expert players, but there's also
Dude, I need eye bleach.
on a competitive mode. Is this what you're trying to get together for the competitive mode? Because there's no freaking way. I don't want to believe that. And then we're just going to go and assume that the expert thing was a typo, and I'm looking way too deep into it, and they really meant casual players. This is recommended for casual players. And even then, there's no way it's for casual players. Because you got
Not a
this weird
chance.
grappling hook going on, which is, it does take a little bit to learn how to use it effectively. But the real main point is, you're going to join a server, everyone else is already going to have power-ups, you start with nothing. You have to work your way up and, kill somebody who has a god mode vampire power-up pyro. That's impossible to kill. You, as the casual player, would have to go kill him and take that from him and then use it effectively. And when I was first, starting to play this game mode and learning what it was all about, I was just getting killed over and over again by the same dudes who had the power-ups that I didn't have, that were trying so hard. They were sweating through their gamer towels while the medic was just up their ass the whole time healing them. There's nothing I could do about it. Somebody has this vampire perk, you can't do anything about it. And I guess you could argue again that, yeah, this is beta, it's going to be fixed eventually, but it's as unfinished of a beta as it could have been. My feedback is, it's such a mess. I can't even come up with any useful information for you guys. Why is it capture the flag? Why do you have to capture 10 flags instead of
10?
normally do?
10 flags?
With people flying around everywhere, it's hard to chase people who have the flag. Doesn't make any sense. It would be better if it was control point, because then you'd have at least a brief moment where people had to stand.
Dude, what am I watching? This is not Team Fortress. Not even Quake was this, stereotyped for being shoot, move fast, shoot,
Still, and you could work on that advantage. Nothing about it, really. It just goes back to, what is the end goal here? What are you trying to accomplish? Because if you want a just giant mess of stuff like randomizer's just a mess, but it's fun.
Bonus
the goal
ducks.
of randomizer is to just be a messy fun. Is this trying to be messy fun? Is it trying to be serious? Is it for experts? Is it not?
How is the scout
is
not
it?
dead?
Where are you taking this? Because all I can feedback right now is that the maps are broken, everyone's exploiting.
Oh, he's on a
weird
16
spots,
kill streak
and
with the
you barely
flamethrower
even play it right now.
and a
And
7
that's
with the
that.
flare.
I'm just gonna
Wow.
stop there before
That's
I
how
dig
long he
into more
lived.
holes. I think I've said more than enough for one video. And that's that. So, bye everybody. Remember to buy a duck journal.
A duck journal. So, Richter, thanks for breaking my brain again. I don't know what I just watched in terms of gameplay, but oh, was the video slightly quiet the whole time? Aw, man, I'm sorry. Dang it. There is a length to designing a map to where Sniper can become overpowered. Obviously, that's with any class, though you'd have to make a sightline spanning all of 2 payload points like the first stage of Thunder Mountain. Yeah. The panic attack didn't suck before. Yeah. Be a nice person to give constructive critiques. Is this going to be like the Funk video? No, not at all. No, I completely agree with Star about everything. In fact, I don't think he goes hard enough. But, I'm one of those guys that's all, very heavy on his criticism when I think any criticism is deserved at all, because I want the standard to be adhered to like this, because that's what it deserves to be. It's the anchor from TF2C, yeah. I saw that too. That's what I thought for a sec. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Manpower is Dario's mode. His last map for TF2 was the Hellfire map for Manpower. He also bragged about making the power-up models for it. It's funny, I think he was just trying to copy Quake 3 Wave. Yeah, but Quake 3 Wave is way better than this. YTF, does grappling hook look like that? Yeah. Old TF2 sucks. No. I missed the old degreaser. Yeah, old degreaser's fun. We turned RTD into a game mode. He's not even checking chat. Shameful, dishonest streamer. Why did Valve do this? The question coming back from the emails. Yeah, seriously. I know you can get into the bounding box of a map without the use of a grappling hook on some maps. CTF Landfall used to have an exploit to where you could get out of the map as NG. Does that still function? Maybe. I don't know. I don't play it. Stir, the old man complaining about a teamwork skill issue. Nah, he's just talking about how much the game mode is conceptually stupid. 2014, TF2's golden year, the year I hear from normies constantly is the best year. I apologize for having been part of that crowd at one point. I can tell you that I'm not that anymore. Y'all old, man? Yeah, well... roll with it or get rolled over. Imagine if Manpower was replaced with a Conquest or PvE sabotage game mode. What was the Ducks even for? I have no idea. What was the Ducks even for? Yeah, sorry, I already read that. Imagine they just added Arena instead of this. Was there any justification or explanation from Valve on why Manpower? I don't think so. It's... I think it just counted up towards a counter. That's like pass mode, but dumber, yeah. It's the Overwatch weapon from TF2. Man with a child hating on an old game mode that's a bad version of pastime. Yeah. What's the problem with that? 2000s was for normies? 2010s was for normies. Everything is for normies. Apparently. Alright then. Well, thank you, Richter. That was one of the videos of all time. I'm going to finish
So many tiny little...
Ow, my ears. I'm going to finish my breakfast watching this so that you and I can seethe together. Unless you would prefer we watch it together in a voice chat, because I would love to hear your thoughts vocally. Need the link. I want to rewatch it. Okay, let me get that for you. There we go. I don't see why I can't share it. There we go. People obviously still seem to be having... I can't call right now. I'll come on some other time, though. I'd like to see a reaction to this. To the Dane video? You want to see me watch the Dane video is what you're saying? So, sorry? I just want to make sure that that's correct, because I'm scared. I think he just woke up. I don't know. Bro's on at all hours of the night. It's good food. You did wonderful, my darling. Thank you so much. As usual, you knock it out of the park. I'd kill for that. Can confirm this food is worth killing for. Yeah. People in chat want the food.
If you come over, I'll cook. I know they can't, but you get one. Whoop.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Bro, start a restaurant.
That's
If-
technically the second time I've heard that.
If we could scrounge up the funds for it and find some place that wouldn't be so darn expensive to rent, that honestly would probably be fine.
I'm honestly a baker first.
Yeah.
I used to, because now I live in here and there's not much temperature control. I used to have a sourdough starter named Betsy, and I would make everything sourdough.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
I miss that, man. The focaccia pizza was always better with the sourdough discard.
Yeah, I made focaccia pizza, which is just
Such
like
peak.
regular focaccia, but then you just put all the pizza stuff on top and you dimple it in and cook it. It's really good. Anyways.
So-called free thinkers when the administrator says there are 60 seconds left. Actually, wait, let me go back to the star video, because Richter said to look at comments on it. They hated him because he told the truth. From Gabber. You have to understand, just because you have fans and you make videos doesn't make you a demon for having opinions. Looks at comments. Huh? This is some very divisive comments, Richter. Huh. Cannot for the life of me find the sprint button. Yeah, I'm shocked by how back and forth it is. You almost said 60 wrong? Oh, whoops. The star video has comments from people like Dane and Funk. It's shocking what they wrote. Wait, it does? Where? I'm not seeing him. I sorted by... Hang on, let me sort by top. Oh, this accidentally sorted them to newest. Let me trick it back into sorting to top. I must scrounge the comments. Valve, just stick to making hats, okay? Where are you? Funk. You. Don't let your viewers dictate what you upload. I'm all for TF2, but the game has been pretty trashy lately, and you shouldn't try to push yourself to do it, though you seem to already know that. I'd like for Valve to get it together before Overwatch is out. It looks like a good replacement game if TF2 doesn't regain its charm again. 3 years from this point, he then goes on to make... Or 2 years, 2 to 3 years from this point, he goes on to make a Death of the Art style video, and then... like 7 years from that point, he goes back on it, which probably means he doesn't even agree with this comment anymore. Lame, lame, lame. Where's Dane's comment? Why can't I see Dane? There it is. All right. Long comment. Here we go. Reading stretch. This video has been about a year coming, I can tell. I have enjoyed your Team Q comment, but mostly enjoyed watching it because you've enjoyed it. Otherwise, you're either getting tired... Obviously, you're getting tired of playing it. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't... Or the new things added to the game don't fit well with what you like in a video game. No, it just doesn't fit the game. Uncle Dave, what do you mean by this? Dane, what do you mean by this? I honestly do hope that it's eventually... What? I honestly do hope that if this is how you feel about the game, you eventually stop playing it. There's no context you could possibly provide that makes this better. It would make this channel have
higher quality content if you weren't forced to play and give your opinions on a game you don't like every month. Dude, okay. To a certain extent, I've always hated the idea that, like, oh, I feel forced to make videos, or I feel forced to make videos about a game I hate. Like, I know I've fallen into that before in my own despair trappings and stuff. But, like, even I can eventually bring myself out of it once I'm off of stream and I've, like, just sat alone with my thoughts long enough to just remember that, like, it's also, you know, your job. Especially in Star's case, like, he was making money from it, right? With ad revenue and stuff. It's his job. At a point, it doesn't really care. It doesn't really matter whether he likes it or not. He should then do what these guys did and make the best of a bad situation, and try to petition for improvements. Because if there's something that you once enjoyed and that you're not getting that from it anymore, try to figure out how to make that work again, you know? It's kind of intuitive, I thought, but, you know. I understand that burnout exists. I am suffering from it right now, and I know it's a bit hypocritical of me to say. It's just a bit... People use it in a very overextended fashion, I think. It's slightly disappointing that someone who's been such a huge influence in the community is finally starting to say goodbye, but it seems to be that time for most longtime players. Stabby very recently said his farewells. Lang claims he is planning to move on. Max pretty much retired from competitive. It's a common trend among veterans who have been around since day one. I don't think TF2 is dying, not in the sense where the game will very soon have hardly enough players to make it worth Valve time to update. It's a free game, one of the most successful business models in the game. In gaming right now, a lot of people are always going to be playing TF2. Personally, I love that he's milling about. Get to the point. As much as come on. Wouldn't say TF2 is on its way out. Oh, it's been on its way out for ages. Like to call these people... Wait. Because it's a free game and new players have been downloading and playing TF2, there are always going to be people like me who still love and play TF2. The second generation of Team Fortress 2 players. Look at me, we're ushering in the new age, the new world order of Team Fortress 2 players. People who have come on in the last 2 or 3 years who started... This is the kind of mentality that Funk eventually succumbs to, with the whole, like, people have no understanding of what the game is supposed to be, and therefore they're like, oh, TF2 is just a goofy, funny game where there's not actually an art style or a cohesion to it, because that's all they know. Maybe games should die after 5 years and just stop. That way the tarnishing upon its reputation is minimal. And it can just be a nice thing that was a product of its time, and then it's over. This is really just being like, okay, Grandpa, you've had your life, now let us live ours. It's time to move on and let the second generation inherit TF2. What the what? How is there so much ghost support? What the The sentiment was never good in the first place, but, like, what the... That's kind of funny. Bro. Richter, you have to stop. You have to stop. Stop doing this to me, man. My Naya, you can only blackpill me so hard. Might have to scroll a bit. It's before Star left the community, which means they weren't that popular yet. His departure made way for them to fill the gap. He was the king. You also got to think that this is most certainly a watered-down version of what Star really thought. Oh, yeah, totally. Quit TF2, start Roblox. The game survives because it was blessed with an intricate, extremely careful design at its inception. Morons conclude that it was a success because it was treated flippantly. It's the post-man economy, post-free-to-play state of mind, especially if that's the only game you ever know. Like, man. The problem is you can't ruin something if it wasn't good in the first place. I guess in your head, yeah, if you never thought it was that good, if it's something that you can treat so flippantly, but like TF2 was actually good in the first place. You can't ruin Pre-Fortress if it was never bad in the first place. It used to be bad, and then it got good, and now it's getting bad again. Valve's ambiguous goals confuse me. Richter, why you gotta do this to me, man? Why you gotta make me read Uncle Dane? Uncle Dane ushering out Star by being like, here, I'll hold the door open for you, old man. Drop yourself into the grave. It's all right. We'll bury you for you. Let us take over, all right? We got this. It's our turn now. I can't say what I want to say, but I really want to say it. I will be banned from YouTube. I don't want to watch this. I don't think this will be beneficial for me. I would much rather watch it with somebody so that I could have somebody to yell about it with. I have to show you it because it's what I watched in silent horror for like 10 years. All of this is the soil and seeds that Gold Rush grows from. People like me and Jasper watched stuff like this for so long, man. Yeah, I bet. Especially living through the present day of it and like watching it go by week, month by month, year by year was probably excruciating. TF2 is America. It's a boiling melting pot. Yeah. Yeah, that's the real issue, isn't it? TF2 is the melting pot of video games. It was the first of many. Yeah, but like to experience this happening in real time and then like waiting for the next upload with the next dejected tone of voice and stuff. Like at least with the Pre-Fortress stuff that I went through and all the drama that caused, it was like real quick and it was over in like a couple months. This is years and years and years of build up and like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's all right. What is this? And it's like, okay, you leave. And it's over. It's Jover, right? I can't blame Star for leaving. Just like I can't blame Black Dynamite for leaving when he did. If anything, he got out while the getting was good. You know? Oh, gosh. Ugh. Give me 1 sec. I gotta stand up. My back is freaking out. Yep. Also stretching my back out. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that this is going on for so long. We'll look at the list of pencils. It does have some historical logic, I'm sure. So it's really just a matter of preference. Okay. I don't have too much longer, by the way, so I probably don't have the, I don't have much time to react to a video. As a kid, I had a lot of hate for Star for betraying the TF2 community by going to Overwatch, but what the heck was he supposed to do? Manpower, quick play, casual, and the game never recovers. He got the last boat out.
Yeah, seriously. I guess the same with all of those traitors, right? Like Jerma and Muselk and everyone else that quit. Could have gone to Quake 3. Gee whiz, man. Radicalizing. Very, very radicalizing, to say the least. What?
I'm not telling her what we're thinking about, but I am asking Ella, hey, what would you name the kid understanding stuff?
Okay.
I'm just going to ask her. I'm letting you know.
Oh, okay. That sounds hype. Soundsmith at least stayed. Yeah, but at what cost? Soundsmith is such a sellout now. I think anyone with eyes to see understands that. The question is whether or not you have the IQ standard to tolerate it or not. Right? Well, name the kid Megatron.
Megatron Morris?
No. You have to understand how special Star was, Snake. He was like, I don't know, the Michael Jackson of TF2. He wasn't just a YouTuber. He was a complete trendsetter, adult of the community. That's how Black Dynamite has talked to me about him as well. Yeah. Between him and a couple other folks, but mostly Star being like the biggest of deals. Honestly, much like how I tried to be for Pre-Fortress as well, but I didn't do it in as formalized or as cool of a fashion, so... The word tribalism is stained by Epstein with his email with Teal. Yeah, seriously. And he was actually great at the game, too. He was really important for bringing eyes to TF2 competitive as a scene. Jerma, by comparison, was kind of, I don't want to say he was the kid, but, well, I mean, I've always seen him that way, too. I always saw Jerma as the more, like, whenever I studied the history, it was like Jerma's the goofy, kind of off-the-rails guy, and Star is the more, like, serious, like, actual presentation of the actual game. If you watch Jerma's videos on Manpower as opposed to Star's, it's much more washed and goofier tone. Wow, this is some weird stuff. Haha, yeah. Y'all overglazing the Star guy. I think you don't understand what you're talking about. Sit back and let the big kids talk. Name it Nicky, so you could call them little Nicky. Jerma always vocally welcomed weird and wacky additions to TF2. Yeah, Jerma was the establishment, sort of. Like, the way I've always seen Jerma is that he was the establishment big kid is 30. Not in the brain, evidently. Jerma always vocally... Well, I think Jerma was, like, the standard where there was a conflation of community server weird things and then... the game itself. Like, whenever I've yeah, chainsaw laugh. I always saw Jerma more as the guy that just brought in the goofy elements and the goofy expectations from ridiculous servers into the base game, and people conflated that, and that's probably where a lot of people get the impression that TF2 is just a goofy game. It's a funny hat simulator and blah blah blah. And it's like, and then you have Star, who's actually proper about it, you know? Man, just edit already, bro. Bro, we're establishing principles here. We're establishing context that will be relevant for this project and future ones. This is part of the writing. This is part of the writing process. There's a great deal of brainstorming. If you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. Lazy Purple? Nah, I don't think so. Okay, bro. Star was rocket gardening Robin Walker in 2011, and nobody took his throne as king of the community until he gave it up. Yeah, nobody's the king now. It's all a bunch of despondent, like, throne watchers, like the character in Lord of the Rings, the father of Boromir and Faramir. It's like the tenant of the throne, but he's not the actual king.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Heh.
I have a really cool fun fact about that scene.
Oh,
Where, shoot, which hobbit sings to him? My brain is not...
Pretty sure it's, Pippin.
Okay. You know, he's eating, like, what seems to be chicken or a
Yeah.
and whole cherry tomatoes.
Yeah. And it like
He's
gushes from his
eating
mouth.
them
Yeah.
on lead plates. Do you remember what I told you? Like, about lead and tomatoes in, like, the middle?
Yes, I do. Yeah, super toxic.
So, the reason it killed people was because it made them insane. It was like the lead poisoning of back then. So, him being that crazy and that deranged is hinted at to be because, partially, he's eating this stuff.
That probably wasn't outlined in the book. I'd have to read the book, but that's a nice detail.
Like, he's eating it on the metal that makes it toxic.
Right then.
Sorry. I was like, oh my gosh! Sorry.
I think you told me that once before, but I'd forgotten about that. That's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, but now it was a fact in medieval times
Right.
that it actually happened, and so it was a cool little nod in the movie to see him just eating off this plate and drinking out of it too, which is probably also toxic.
Certainly. Even then, nobody ever filled his shoes just straight up. Nobody had that impact. You'd have to put Funk and Dane together to amount to Star's influence. Yeah, but with all the retardation of both of them, I'm not even sure that would be a fair comparison either. Goofy, complex teamwork game. Can't have it both ways. What type of shoes? Trendsetter. Germa always welcomes and championed these changes to TF2 and never criticized, but if you ask him, TF2 from somewhere around 2007 to 2012-ish was the best game he had ever played. Well, at least Bro's honest in the end. Why his shoes creased if he not there. Man, I don't understand half the things you say. Okay. I always found it striking. I feel like Funk even kind of mimicked his name. Funk with a lowercase e, Star with an underscore. Maybe that's just schizo. No, you're onto something there. That's just pattern recognition. That ain't schizo. He said that when ranking all his favorite games a few weeks ago. He did? Oh, wow, Richter. Definitely not schizo then. That is just having the eye, you know? You have eyes to see. Funk Star. He a copycat? Yeah, I guess so. Shucks, man. That makes it all even more complicated. I think I've got enough to start writing eventually, but a lot of the writing will have to be offline, I'm afraid. Honestly, I act like Germa as a way to psychologically screw with people on T-Fort servers. Real. Funk stars into the lazy sky of purple. That's crazy. Man. The rabbit hole goes, man. It just goes. Funk 2.71828. The value of E is at the end of his name. That's funny. But yeah, Star was the original critical voice. Valve didn't respect or listen to him at a certain point, even though he comfortably spoke for most of the community. So he left for Blizzard, who genuinely did value his voice. Yep. And I don't even know what he's doing now. Hey, you got it. Of course I did. Of course I did. I'm a little bit of a math nerd. I recently just watched a video on non-Euclidean Doom, actually, where you change the value of pi to screw the game up. It's actually hilarious. I thought they didn't listen to Star? Oh, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't know. It's all so wearisome, ain't it? You know? He streams a variety of games now with a group of his buddies. Oh, okay. So he's just he's back to being a very typical dude. And everyone patiently waits for the day when TF2 is good enough to welcome him back. Yo, you should get Star to play Gold Rush. That would be sick. I think he'd like that. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he's got Team Fortress PTSD, TF PTSD. But you should totally have Star play Gold Rush. That would be the sickest thing ever. People have been messing with Pi in a bunch of games. I've seen various videos like that scroll by. No, but actually though, yeah, dude, like seriously, imagine Star playing Gold Rush. Oh my gosh. Do you think like for a brief moment he actually would like feel love for Team Fortress things again? That would be crazy in terms of promotion. Yeah, that would essentially annihilate a lot of the bad press the mod has gotten early on in life. Star went to variety content, then streaming, had a career as an Overwatch player, I think as an esports announcer. Now just streams for fun, I think. Star would like it if he played it. That sounds schizo, but so much of what has changed in GR is stuff he complained about. Well then, I guess the biggest challenge is to just get the game in front of him. Donate him $100 and be like, hey, play this game. You'll love it. I promise. It's a source mod. But you got to install the base game on your computer first before you can actually play it, which does suck, honestly, because I would uninstall the base game in a heartbeat if Gold Rush didn't need to hook to it to actually function. Because it is annoying seeing TF2 on my library feed. I'd rather just see Gold Rush. Gold Rush marketing department. Yeah, man, dude, give me $250. I'm telling you, I'll get Star to play the game. That's all you need for a marketing campaign. You just get Star to make a video on it. I'll bribe him. That's a terrible thing to say. I want to put in my video a bounty for whoever can get the file size of live TF2 as low as possible while still technically installed. Oh gosh. Well, how many critical files do you need for Gold Rush to work? Like, does Gold Rush only source back to a couple of the VPKs, or is it different stuff? I'd have to, I guess that's a question for Jasper more or less, but like I fairly certain it can't be that difficult. No, maybe it is. I don't know. Gold Rush should have an IP. What do you mean an IP? I don't know. I guess I gotta wrap stream up though, because I gotta start getting on with the rest of my day. You know, deleting maps folder shaves 10 gigabytes, right, Snake? Oh, really? Shucks. Okay. I might just do that then, considering I only queue up for like less than 50 maps in casual, if I even play casual at all. And most of the community servers I play don't have too many custom maps, so it should be fine. We do have a 2010 no Steam build of TF2, though it's LAN only. Where? I feel like I could get that to run on this Windows 7 that I have right here. I linked you a guide about this, lol, Dementia Gaming. Oh, you did? Oh, that's right, you did. I remember now. Oh. I'm stupid. Alright, Snake, you and Littlefoot have a blessed day. Great stream, peace, love, and prosperity. Yeah, that is my queue to go. I do have a queue to go. It's 4 hours. Holy cow, this is double stream length. You guys got a double XL stream today from me. Yep. Hey, darling. Hi. Littlefoot. Alright, she's not listening. She is locked into work right now. I have to get into work as well. So, thanks, Richter, for the $5. Thank you all for sticking around for as long as you have. And thank you, Torred, especially, for throwing me into the rabbit hole head first. I will continue to stay there for a little while. Peace and golden prosperity. Yes, sir. Farewell, all. I'll see you guys in the next stream, hopefully tomorrow morning. Bye.